the popular Kuti family. Kuti family, of course, the fella Kuti came. His father was still at the age of 70. So, but fella was very, his Pan-African reaction. He had to change, drop the ransom and put an equal because he didn't want to get treated with the foreign name at all. So he changed his name from fella to fella and equal profit. We also have Ubalaji Akishamoyi that changed from Samuel Victor, we will do this to Ubalaji Adeyemi Akishamoyi. Another popular one is the Babs Akere family. They were from Oyo, and they also changed their name. Let me quickly read what was published in the newspaper. This was how it was change of name. How am I going to get them Akishamoyi, thereby called and known by the name of Samuel Victor, the universities of Akishamoyi could be good. Lagos, students at law Lincoln in London, thereby give public notice that by a deed poll dated 4 December 1909, duly executed and attested, I formally and absolutely renounce and abandon the said name of Samuel Victor Davis and declare that I assumed and adopted and intended henceforth upon all occasions instead of Samuel Victor Davis. Okay, so we have others that decided to keep the name, even though they were able to trace their name back to where they were taken from. And the very popular one is Candido Garocha, because it discovered that he was actually called a son. He was from Nisha, as Paul said the other time, and from their son family, but he still did not drop to Candido Garocha, and he continued even the realization. We also have Crowder, Veracruz, Pereira, and Casilva. So let me just quickly run off now because of time. So in conclusion, identity tracking was an important event after the operation of slavery. New sociocultural and of course socioeconomic representation emerged in Lagos after the returnees arrived. The returnees were faced with identity discrimination from the natives. Name change was part of the response to this discrimination. And identified 3 elements of reaction to naming in the afterlife slavery among the returnees in Lagos. First, the complete change of name. Second, compounding of names as foreign name and Yoruba name. Third, name. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will now invite the next panelist, Lisa.
Hello everyone. The talk surrounding my PhD research for my PhD dissertation is named today Dealing with Digital Remains in the Absence of State in Africa. A history of Africa. Between silencing, remembering, and forgetting. Here I want to take you on a new journey, not rather like with classical historic research, but rather with digital public history of the new potentials and pitfalls. Many discourses on touching upon today have been brought up by the many bright scholars on this stage and in the audience, which hopefully give us the possibility for further discussion. Materialize, a more public debate of the past is in demand. And I quote, while partially selective vision is always part of the historical enterprise, as noted by the historian Annie Fire Scott, the internet, social media, and digital formats, as multifunctional and even participatory spaces, offer new ways to make histories visible or invisible, to share histories, to discuss and negotiate through time and space. The digital revolution and its myriad of changes in everyday lives on the global scale also transform how we deal with history nowadays. While digital solutions already strongly contribute to the preservation and remembrance of the history of slavery in Africa as part of the transatlantic work instigated in academic and non-academic interdisciplinary projects such as the Transatlantic Slave Trade Database, which we're going to see later, and other audiovisual formats such as free TikTok channels, community-based Facebook groups, and blogs curating heritage tourism and experience, and I could go on many more, on so many more aspects. Along that, many narratives lay in the dark. As a medium per se, the World Wide Web and big data offers new transformative ways of dealing. You could go back, or just come back there. Yes, it's this thing. As a medium per se, the World Wide Web and big data offer new transformative ways of dealing with historical sources, opening up new research practices within public history. More and more participatory tools help us to better understand the influences of the transatlantic slave trade and indigenous slavery, to offer many more ways of making history of either discourse. I want to draw further attention for an academic project going on, which visualized a couple of years ago. For example, the Slave Voyages database, based on logbooks of 36,000 transatlantic voyages, allows us to make an estimation of the total number of voyages carrying slaves from Africa to the New World. It suggests, as we heard the number already a couple of times, that 12.5 million captives departed Africa for the Americas, taking also into consideration that undocumented illegal slave trading continued even after the abolition of the French and British in 1807 and 1808. Within the database, many details about vessels, places where voyages began, the principal place of purchase, principal place of slave landing are recorded. But with the demonizing character of the slave trade, stripping the slaves of their social status and names in their own communities and of their identities, many of these genealogies are lost in such databases. So this excerpt for the upper part as well shows slave voyages from the Galenas and Grand Cape Mounds at the border of modern Sierra Leone and Liberia. The Galenas was named after the Galenas River, situated near the Sierra Leone border, and an area infamous in the 18th for its active participation in the slave trade of the chiefdoms of the Galenas. Later on, the slave was ended by interventions of the Liberian abolitionist government in that area in 1868 and 1869. But a further analysis of this slave trade database can be found in C. Patrick Burroughs' Between the Colonials and the Salty Sea, A History of Liberia, People Before 1800, where you can have a detailed analysis of that. This database also forms the basis of an interactive map by Andrew Kahn, which estimates more than 20,000 voyages cataloged in the database and visualizes flow and transfer and eventually these destinations. Every spot on the map represents individual slave ships and with the dot the size of each body, like the size of each voyage, giving information also about the extent of slaves reported. The 3D model of a slave vessel next to the map, informed by historic paintings, also show us about different conditions the slaves needed to endure during their voyage to the New World. This is not this also shows and 3D model of an augmented reality of slave forts found along the west coast of Africa, especially here, the Amina Fort, located in modern Ghana, constructed by the Portuguese in 1482, which was taken over the control of the Dutch and later on the British, where such reconstructions made like the material relics of slavery and slave trade more accessible for a wider public. Such projects evolving with the advent of the internet and with the accelerated digitization and digital tools show how historical knowledge of the past can be used to reconstruct histories and make such more accessible for public use and education. As such, some projects haven't been realized, unfortunately, for Liberian history, which calls on us as well to further complicate the narrative and various groups dealt with slavery and Israelis in retrospect. As such, the politics of such relics show in the digital sphere, the politics of knowledge production and history mediation surrender in the digital sphere, and just showcase one side of the medal, mostly through a Eurocentric lens. Silences and sources in archives and subsets of secretly narratives form a major driving force in the creation of invisibilities in historical knowledge production, as well as the digital sphere. Only a handful of narrations become part of a standard historical narrative received and accepted by various groups as the past. This corpus will be different for professional historians, critical readers, and the general public, and so on. I now want to reflect here on my digital ethnographic research on Liberian-based and Liberian-informed history Facebook groups. Facebook so far is the most widely used online social networking platform in African countries, where users share historical knowledge, digital facsimiles, replicas of historical photographs digitized by, in academic projects and libraries, but also supplemented by new videos to make it more approachable for the wider public. But also here we can see the absences within future archives and community archives remaining in the digital sphere, perpetuating invisibilities and narratives of slavery, pertaining indigenous slavery and its dynamics in African-based societies, which would be relevant to understand social power dynamics of the present and the future, mainly focusing on Liberia's national history and the relationship between the African-based societies and Africans returning. Solely a couple of posts and comments reflect on the multiple roles of pre-1822 African-based societies as abolitionists, resistors, slave traders, and as well as the enslaved. The issues, and I want to quote here one comment we have found was really intricate for the current discussion, posted by an anonymous here by a Facebook user and the African Preservation Society group on a digital archive for sharing digital knowledge on social media and Facebook, and which reads, the issue of slavery on our coast is probably one of the least discussed. Like most things in Liberian history, the truth is more nuanced than meets the eye. There is no doubt that there is well-documented history of the specific segments of tribal groups on the grain coast that engaged in this ghastly enterprise, whether as middlemen like the crew or actual raiders like the Vai, Golam, and Nego and Massa. This mistake we make today to either ignore the role our people play in aligning with the white man, or on the other hand, making blind generalizations that all the tribal people sold their own people. The quoted comment shows us that there is a growing awareness for underrepresentation of the mediation of slavery in public discourses in Liberia, and calls for us for dealing with history in a nuanced way, it as well shows that participating in digital mediums form spaces of enunciation and for diverse perceptions of historical experiences. So how can we foster such ongoing processes of remembering the great accomplishment of abolitionists, which does not at the same time produce modes of silencing and forgetting of counter-narratives, which, especially in the unique Liberian context, allows us to rediscover histories and bring them back into the discussion? How can different formats, especially digital formats, can help us to capture marginalized experiences, voices, and histories to gain a more fully sided perspective that connects local, regional, and global memories? Thank you so much.
Let's thank our three panelists. I think they've given us some very interesting. Okay, this absence. Let us begin first by asking questions from the audience. What is this? How has this absence impacted how we view Africans today? I think it's something that I'm quite interested in it from the perspective of names, how names inform who we are today. Some of us have Western names, some of us went back to traditional names. The whole idea of gaps in the history of the slave trade that was practiced here before the transatlantic slave trade, how has that informed who we are? So let's have some questions from the audience.
Thank you for the panelists. It was a very informative. This question is for Lisa. So ethnography presupposes the researcher thinking about their position and reflexivity. So in the digital sphere, when you're mining this data, what are the ethical and reflexivity issues that you're grappling with?
I suggest we take all the questions and then afterwards we have the responses. So that question was for Lisa. Other questions?
Yeah, thank you for your deliberation. My question has to do with the change of name and institution. My question is, what's the effect of change of name has to do with the afterlife of slavery? And it comes from the background where the institution buildings have been named by our slave masters, and some have been changed. Like, for example, in Liberia, we have Monrovia being named after one of the six men of America, James Monroe, and some of our brothers. And since the same period of names, what effects does it have for the afterlife of slavery? Thank you.
There's a hand right in the second row here.
I would like to the three panelists for the deliberation, but now as a comment to this election, for me, it's people that you have presented have shown that in the Nigerians, most especially the Yoruba tribe, they're going to realize that they were imposed, things were imposed on them by their slave masters. They need them were not their need. So after the slave trade, they have come back home to realize that yes, we have a home for which we abandon our original needs. So for the reason we are going back. So after slavery, at least they are beginning to realize that yes, indeed, told me that were given them was not a deal, but were imposed on them. So for everything, they went back to their roots. That is the loan. I think it's well commendable. Thank you very much.
I believe there is a question. Someone who wants to ask a question.
Thank you much. Well, my question goes to the whoever Chancery, and I'm interested in this aspect of discrimination experienced by the economies that inform their change of names. What is the nature of the discrimination? Is it a thing of social exclusion, political limitation, or economic disadvantage? Because we also know that many of them did very well before they decided to change their name. Throw more perspective.
Okay, thank you. We will have one more question, I believe. Oh, I see two hands, so we'll take two hands. First question.
So my question to the presenter of today, what is the
I believe the question was, what is the purpose
of returning back to the original name?
Okay, for the rest of the audience, her question is, what is the purpose of returning back to the original name?
Okay. I'm Daniel Chikoli from the National Youth Service Program. We talking today the other side of the history. As I previously stated yesterday, the impact and the effect is seen on us. We learned it the other way. Like we got Nipple Street, Nipple Junior. These are named that were given to institutions in Liberia by our slave masters. And it means still have an impact on us. We got to learn some time ago that what the name was given for, it was misconstrued. Somebody told us in our history that Maternity people fought for the native. But just to get to know, on the other hand, that no, she fought against the native. But now what we has remained on institutions in Liberia. How can we rewrite the history? Because we are still learning it, they are still on our major institution. How can we rewrite this history?
Thank you very much. We will now ask the panelists to respond.
Okay, I was asking about the presentation. You know, the one on names.
Right.
I would like him to respond. That was his study.
I know. So you will get an opportunity to do that. Okay. I think there is one more hand at the back. He seems to be very insistent. I don't know if you can squeeze that one person in. I think I will, could you please pass the mic to him so that we can squeeze in? I think we did make it in time. So we can squeeze that last, very, very last question.
Thank you very much to the panelists. Here is it. I think this forum should be coming up at the end of the exercise with strong recommendation. Someone intimated that the processes that led to slavery, effect of whatever it has on us, Liberians, Africans, is so heightened. What do we intend to take out of here? Let me say this. Just as those who were involved with Nazis are yet being hunted, for what they did. Slavery too had a toll on us. I stand here with two names, a Bella man with a Western name, mixed. Do I know my identity? But my father had to go through processes for education for me to even be able to speak the language I speak today. But what happened? If we had the Nazis, or those who were involved with the worst of crimes being punished, the imposition of slavery, those who thought it being good for whatever purpose, economic, political, or whatever, they too should face equal justice. Because they also taught us Christianity, to go to God, you gotta go through Christ. And that's justice. So they do need an equal justice for imposing the kind of hardship, the kind of subjection they impose. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. But we do know that the era of slave trading has, well, that era we're talking about, the actual perpetrators are no longer alive. Let's just bear that in mind. I will now ask the panelists to respond. Starting with Louisa.
Like on the question of research, like positionality and effectivity, and as well as what kind of ethical procedures are applied. Of course, I'm well aware of like the privileged position I have as a scholar from the global north, to have access via this being like having constant internet connection, etc., to access these kind of archives. What I try not to do is really doing like data mining and really going more into detail what specific people have to say, even if I can, and then like to contact them as well to get a deeper discussion about their mentions. A problem, yes, of course, I face as well is how do I deal with the information put out by people on social media? What kind of knowledge is that? Is that public? Is that private? Is it not? It's like it's an intricate question to apply for. For some, like as I said, I can contact people and ask them. For some of these knowledges, it's you can even find things on Google Analytics. Like everyone can approach it. Of course, I'm having a specific role as a researcher to more reflect on such topics. But yes, what I'm trying to do is mine without or just mine it just to preserve it and to have it as mine, to pick the information which are relevant and then to get into context, as well as trying to get what my first approach actually was really interesting, like meeting people who are moderating these kind of Facebook groups, etc., where people are posting, etc., but are posting themselves, like posting by themselves and finding issues. And I think I like that question, especially because I was actually expecting it a little bit because I always as a researcher have to reflect on what kind of knowledge you get, and not just to have it on your own benefit in the end. So I will want to try as well to work with people, moderating these groups and see how we can so maybe move that forward in the limits I have at the moment. So it is helpful as well. Thank you.
So thank you very much for the questions and comments. I'd like to answer two of the questions that are similar effects and the purpose of kingdom names. And I'll talk about the relation after. The purpose first. I think that the purpose of changing the names back to the values, well, I start to be corrected. Maybe for proper integration, that's one. And number two, for instance, there's a case of the baby that I read out that changed his name from Davis to Adeyemi Akishamoyi. So among the Russians, Akishamoyi is a royal name. It's a royal name up to now. So anybody that hears the name Akishamoyi, you know that that person is a royalty in Lagos. So, and I also heard that this particular person tried, to be represented as a family, nominee for the post of the king in Lagos. So I think one of the reasons why he did that in 1909 was to try to see if he could vie for the post of the Oba of Lagos at that time. And then, of course, it's also not easy for him to come out and say he wanted to run for the throne. Why they believe this? That's not going to work. So that's one of the reasons. And I also think that the effect is to, I remember the case of Adasa and Adeyemi Malakiya. Two of them were strong members of the Igbo court. It's the traditional court in Yoruba of the early 20th century. They played a very important role in the development of the Igbo court, and they formed Ogboni confraternity. So I also believe that they have to change their names in order to fit well into the process of, because if I didn't do research, I never knew that this Adeyemi Malakiya changed his name from Asimpake to Adeyemi Malakiya. So for nowadays, people don't even know that these people were returnees anymore, if they don't, make their research. So I think that has to do with the effect and the purpose. Then for discrimination, okay, so up till now, we still have some people that would say that returning is overwhelming, up till now. These are people that would say that name, that is a slave name. People call it slave name just because they feel that they are not original Lagosians, or they are not original Zimbabweans. So that's part of the situation. And also, as I said earlier, we were not able to participate in the chieftaincy and the royalty activities at that time because of those names. And then, as I said, the British gave them some kind of protection, and then they were more educated than the natives. So that became caused another form of, what I'm called jealousy between the natives and the Republic. Thank you.
So I'll try to maybe approach some of the questions dealing with historical perception. I think, as in any form of history, I don't think we should go into a history of slavery assuming we already know the story. So there is, I think, a need to leave some room for curiosity and exploration, and not immediately kind of trying to mobilize that history for another purpose. On the question of, so you talked about the medical history, I think, why not start with your own community history, your own family history? I think that might surprise you how complex that alone is, let alone, something about related history. The question is there a singular history, first of all? Is there a single group you're talking about? I think there's a lot of room for complexity and nuance that we integrate into the discussion as well, and that can start with you and your neighborhood and your friends and your family and build from there. And that doesn't have to be, I think as the Liga showed, these days, don't wait for it to be published in a book, you start having conversations with different spheres, in your personal sphere, but also the public sphere as well. So don't wait for things to fall in your lap, and just go for it. Yeah, and I think the fascinating thing about the history of slavery in West Africa as well is just how widespread this institution is. I don't think it's not a history of nation building, it's a history of society that was, of course, different from the history of slavery in the Americas. But of course, we tend to forget that, West Africa as well experienced so much material change throughout the period that we're looking at. So, yes, formerly enslaved people became rich, people who were enslaving others became poor. There's so many things happening up and down, and that's where I guess you may surprise you once it's up to date.
Thank you very much for your presentations and responses, and thanks for the audience participation. Let's once more give them a really big that history has been made, and it can still be, it's an evolving process, because every day we make history. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think a big round of applause for the but also for this very wonderful and very robust, rich panel. Let's give them a big hand of applause. Yes. Let me again apologize to panelists. We reached out to you to prepare for 15 minutes presentation, and we slashed it to 12. I hope you understand that we are back in the time. So it's not so easy to reduce a 15 minutes presentation to 12 or 11. So please bear with us. I'm sure that what you are sharing with us, even in the 12 minutes, makes a lot of sense. So thank you for that. We would like to just continue in this tradition, but for being so attentive and patient, I would like to offer you 5 minutes break. Give me a round of applause for that. Come on. Okay, so those who want to visit the most important rooms in this building, do that very quickly. At the end of 5 minutes, we will start one of the most important sessions, which is the student panel. Don't miss it. Could I ask the panelists to just come on stage right away? Slowly take our seats. So please, let's get ready for this very important. I consider it to be one of the most important panels at this conference. Having the opportunity to listen to our students, and their input in this conversation. So we are very delighted, and I'm happy to also introduce the moderator for this session, Dean Professor Mamawa Freeman Moore, who is here to chair this session. Thank you. Let's give her a round of applause.
Good morning or good afternoon. Good morning, somebody. I'm honored, very honored to introduce this very scholarly panelist. Scholarly because we have honors graduates from the University of Liberia, honors scholars program, and then we have our guests from the Princeton Theological Seminary, students who are doing their doctorate degrees. I mean, this is a packed house. Brains. So let's sit back and get ready for these panelists. The afterlives of slavery. We're going to have perspectives from our students. So at this time, I will allow the panelists to introduce themselves, beginning with our UL discussants. Speaking on the theme, Providence Island, the heart of Liberia.
Good morning. My name is Gabriel Wesley. Now, I hold a Bachelor of Science degree in Theological from College of Engineering at the University of Virginia. I'm also one of the UL scholars that is the United States or national, one of the presidents for the University here. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Dr. Islomo, a recent graduate of the Colonization College of Science and Technology, University of Liberia, and also a UL, University of Virginia College, and also a member of the Summer 2022 Baha, the Dr. African Heritage and Archaeology Establishment of the Providence Island. I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is John N. Lisa, recent graduate of the College of Education, Department of Secondary Education, University of Liberia. I'm glad to be here. I'm a member of the Honors College, work with the Ghana team. The student had experience in the US on cultural exchange, and we hope to share our experiences and findings with you. Thank you.
My name is Ministerial. I'm a student at Princeton Theological Seminary. I also graduated from Seminary with an MDiv degree, and I am coming from a ministerial perspective. I'm an itinerant minister in the African Methodist Church, and I'm happy to be here with you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Caesar. I'm a student at the Princeton Theological Seminary doing my master's and religion and society. And I'll present my paper from
Hi, my name is Matthew Bachman. I'm a third-year Master of Divinity student at Princeton Seminary, and I'm focusing on religion and society. Wonderful.
Thank you so much. So we'll just go ahead and start in the order. Our UL students have unanimously agreed so that our guests go first. So we are going to just be honored to have Ms. Felicia Mills do the first presentation. Welcome, Felicia.
Good morning. Okay, my title is African Methodism, Colonization and its Impact on the Connection of Church. And I should clarify that when I say African Methodism, I'm speaking of the African Methodist Episcopal Church. My research is focused on the afterlife of slavery and its implications for the African Methodist Episcopal Church in Liberia and other countries in Africa. I will refer to the church throughout this presentation as the AME Church. We've heard in some of our presentations during the conference the term ACS, which is the American Colonization Society, that was generally founded, sustained, and maintained by Princeton ministers and administrators. During my time at the seminary, this history has piqued my interest, and I found that very prominent AME clergy worked with ACS in sending free Black people back to Africa. So my question is, why and how? What I found is that during the 19th century, there were a number of narratives and motivations for immigration to Africa. One of the conclusions from the Princeton Seminary slavery audit was that constituents from the American Colonization Society lacked the theological imagination to envision a nation in which Blacks and whites could live and thrive in community with one another. Therefore, they saw it fit for newly freed Blacks from the United States to form a colony in Africa, which would later become Liberia. And within the AME tradition, there were tensions with this issue of immigration to Africa, and more specifically with the collaboration with the American Colonization Society. AME clergy like M.M. Clark, who was at the time the editor of the Christian Reporter, and the Christian Reporter is a publication for the AME Church. So he and J.J.G. Bias, they rebuked and condemned the AME Church mingling with ACS, but clergy like Daniel Coker, Alfred Ritchell, William H. Hurd, and Henry McNeil Turner, they had visions of African Americans immigrating to Africa in order to find independence and true freedom, and they used ACS as a way to do so. So I find the complexity of this very interesting, and I would argue that these tensions within the AME Church and the presence of AME clergy in this effort of immigration and establishment of churches in Liberia is the afterlife of slavery, and it impacts what we call the connectional church today. The connectional church is the understanding that the AME Church is bonded and united in solidarity and in its structure and in its mission and Christian beliefs all throughout its districts within the African diaspora. The The AME Church was founded as an act of justice and resistance in 1787 when Richard Allen, Absalom Jones, and other Black Methodist Episcopal members walked out of service after being rebuked for praying in an area that was not designated for Black members. So the AME Church was later founded as a denomination in 1816, and it is considered the first denomination to be established by people of African descent in the United States. So the AME Church holds true to this identity as a justice-oriented and liberationist church. However, when it comes to its international relations, specifically relations between districts in the United States and districts and churches in Liberia and districts in other African countries, many instances show that the AME Church has forfeited its commitment to the liberationist mission. So this is a working paper, and there is much to discuss and more research to be conducted on the survey of the AME Church throughout the history of Liberia. However, to illustrate a portion of this, I turn to the perspective of the patriarch of the church and a very revered and honored bishop in the AME Church, Bishop Henry McNeil Turner. He is known to have been a Black nationalist, an activist, pastor, preacher, a contributor and editor, a contributor of the Christian Reporter, a prophetic voice of liberation in the late 19th century and early 20th century. He was the first African-American chaplain of the armed forces and is probably best known for his declaration in 1898 that God is a Negro. So he was very much considered, he got a lot of publicity with that one. So he was very much considered a Black nationalist. Bishop Turner, however, has written letters and has delivered addresses supporting members of the American Colonization Society, as well as offering perspectives that are almost identical to the speeches made by white Christians that believe indigenous Africans were heathens and in desperate need of Christianization. This is documented in the literary archive of Henry McNeil Turner by Dr. Andre Johnson. Bishop Turner also goes as far as being an apologist for colonization and its success throughout other countries in Europe, saying, quote, "Colonization is sanctioned from heaven," end quote. So I looked this up because of the strong contradictions between what Turner believed as a Black nationalist and the freedom of African Americans from the oppression of the United States South and his actions and rhetoric toward indigenous Africans and the agency and freedom they also should be afforded. So why does this matter? It matters because knowing this history can help us put in perspective what's happening within the AME Connectional Church today. If there were prominent clergy like Bishop Turner that had a colonizing mindset as to what it meant to evangelize and establish the AME Church in Liberia and other African countries, since then the church has not intentionally deconstructed this idea. The colonized perspective, it will remain if there are no intentional efforts made, and it will exist in the life of the church today. What do I mean by colonized mindset? To believe that indigenous Africans had nothing to teach the AME clergy or offer the denomination in the late 19th century, and even today, is a colonized mindset. It suggests that the westernized way of doing church is the dominant way and superior way, which will always create a hierarchy in the connectional church, impacting the relationships between districts in the United States and districts in Africa and even in the Caribbean. I have personally seen this create a dissonance within the church, affecting the stereotypes of what Africans believe about African Americans and what African Americans believe about Africans. If there is a subconscious hierarchical framework at work within the AME Church, it perpetuates discrimination within the connectional church, and it masks the subordination of African districts that church policies and church administration create. We've seen instances of this in the connectional church, in the representation of the episcopacy, so in electing bishops to the church. And to be clear, this is just one way. We don't have time to talk about multiple ways. Although AME churches were established in Africa as early as the late 19th century, the first bishop to be assigned to an African district wasn't until about 70 years later in 1948. And that was Bishop Ormond Walker, who was from St. Vincent. The first African bishop was elected in 1956, and he came from South Africa. By the year 2000, the AME Church had only elected 2 Africa-born bishops. And until 2004, when 3 additional Africa-born bishops were elected, and that was Bishop Paul Kawunde, the now bishop of this district, the 14th district, Andrew Lewin of South Africa, and Bishop David Daniels from Liberia. These facts are evidence of the dissonance among districts. These are evidence of the dissonance among districts and the lack of representation of African districts within the connectional church, even more so the lack of representation from Liberia as opposed to South Africa. So in conclusion, my research aligns with one of the things mentioned by Dr. Amke Adegbame in one of his closing statements, and that is this research is not to demonize the church, but it is an effort to identify what has hindered the AME church from thriving within African countries, whether it be cultural nuances, governmental limitations, or perhaps a need for a decolonizing and deconstructing of ecclesial paradigms. I hope with the help of all of you here and some who may not be present today, I hope with your help I can understand more fully the details of the challenges that exist today. I'll conclude with a quote from Dr. Jacqueline Grant that is recorded in Dennis Dickerson's History of the AME Church. Dr. Jacqueline Grant was AME and a womanist theologian, and in this quote, she is critiquing the exclusionary practices of Black men and Black liberation theology. She says, quote, "If liberation of women is not proclaimed, then the church's proclamation cannot be about divine liberation," end quote. I submit her argument to the AME Church at large, in that if its proclamation is for the liberation of people of African descent, then it must be fully committed to the full participation and thriving of AME lay people and clergy in Liberia and other African countries throughout the connection. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. Thank you so much. We'll just go on to our next panelist. And after all of the Princeton Theological Seminary panelists have presented, and more interesting questions. So I'm going to call on Adriel Watana for his presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Israel Batana, and I'll be presenting on the migration and the politics of belonging, trying to revisit the history of the Basa-Congo ethnic group. And to put it in context, the Basa-Congo ethnic group that I'm talking about is not the Basa ethnic group here in Liberia. We're talking about the Basa-Congo ethnic group in Nigeria, and they're specifically located in Kogi State, and Nasarawa State in Abuja, and parts of Benue State in Nigeria. They speak the Basa-Congo dialect, and the language belongs to the Benue Congo family, and within the location that I'm looking at, that is the Basa-Congo ethnic group in Kogi State, there are over 300 people that speak that ethnic dialect within that region. So this is just to give us a perspective of the specific location that the presentation will focus on. So a few years ago, someone said to me, "Your people were our slaves, And I just shrugged and dismissed the whole statement because I didn't know much about my people at that time. I grew up outside the state and all that. So when he saw my last name, he just said it with all sense of pride that your people were our slaves. And it was not until 2019 when I visited my hometown that we were dislodged by series of gunshots so that we had to flee and leave our home in the middle of the night. That was where I started questioning the whole idea of politics of belonging. And I revisited this idea of the statement said to me many years ago that your people were our slaves. And I started asking questions on what is the history of the Basakomo Agriculture? What is the history of their migration to that specific location? Because I noticed that the whole concept of violence was basically situated around the whole idea of who owns the land and who controls the riverine area around that specific location. And I started asking who defined some of the qualifications of belonging within this place, and what are some of the qualifications that are used. And I also noticed in the course of my probing that some of my respondents connected the whole history of the migration of the Basakomo ethnic group to the liberation in Liberia. And I started looking for link between the Basa people in Liberia and also the Basa people in Nigeria, and trying to find out the effect of transatlantic slavery and its transnational dimension. And so I stumbled on this document by one of the Kogi State government officials, specifically the advisor to the governor on culture and tourism. And he said that the Basakomo people crossed the confluence of the River Niger and Benue in the 1940s. Now, this is the official history of migration that has been used to tailor the politics of migration and belonging within that specific state. And I found out that most of the cited materials are centered around F.F. Young. He wrote a piece on notes on the Basa Congo tribe in Kogi State. And this is a colonial administrator that served within that region. And the second person that came after him was Miles Clifford that wrote another note on the Basa Congo ethnic group and categorized them under the Igala division. And this makes sense when I remember the statement that someone said to me that your people were our slaves. And most of the citation that they do goes back to the document that this man wrote. And another cited book is a recent book published in 2017 by Harold Boone, an FP on peoples of the Middle Belt region in northern Nigeria. And this whole concept started raising questions for me on the politics of migration and who actually belongs. What are some of the sources that they are citing? And how did they come to this conclusion that this is about the specific migration history of the Basakomo people? And I noticed that these were outsiders naming and defining the Basakomo ethnic group. And they don't give space for the Basakomo ethnic group in Nigeria to define themselves. Neither are they asking them the politics or the history of their migration. And American Majida said this, that in reconstructing the history of Basa and her neighbors in the Benue Valley, findings shows that there were a series of representations of facts in the history of the various polities in the area. This has hugely contributed to the ethnic contentions being witnessed today between and among the politics in the area of Basa province. And apparently, the assumptions that history began with the colonialism is another pitfall that I found in most of the scholarly material that has been published about the Bassa Congo ethnic group. And critically interrogating this pre-colonial history and also the post-colonial history of the Bassa Congo ethnic group. I am also questioning myself as an insider in the ethnic group and my positionalities, that how can I chisel out some of these histories and recognize my own bias and bias of other ethnic groups in the whole discourse of the history of migration. And I love what Emmanuel Kassamboli said in his book, The Sacrifice of Africa, that the political actors of colonialism in Africa might have changed hands, but the spirit remains the same. They're still using the same spirit that most of the colonial masters used. And I tried to use ethnography to come up with findings in my research, that is interviewing some of the elderly people among the Bassa Congo ethnic group, and trying to see how they understand their history of migration and some of their interactions with colonial masters, slave traders, and also colonial masters. And I found out that the whole idea of their migration, migrating to that specific location in 1842, is kind of more political than real, because there are oral history that says that they have been there before the jihad of Monrovia. And this has pushed me to also keep looking at linguistic and geography, the whole concept of linguistic and geography, within that region, archaeological research, and the history of commerce between the Bassa Congo ethnic and other people around them. And it's also pushing me to also read a wide range of archival documents to come up with the better construction of this history. And for me, this is important because it is my history, it is me finding my identity and helping my neighbors to deconstruct the whole idea of colonial knowledge, so that we can find some sense of empathy and political belonging and representation in everything that we do. Thank you.
Let's give him another round of applause. And call one of the next panelists.
Drums are the rhythm of life. They can symbolize the beating of one's heart while voicing their suffering and joy. More so, as David Kalkula, librarian and mechanic at Boston University, says, drums are, quote, all creation. Liberia has a rich history of utilizing drums to call attention to what it demands, be it funerals or colonization, or even hope and unity. Drums are present. It is my hope today that I can highlight the vital presence of drums in Liberian culture, both domestic and diasporic, and how they might draw attention to the suffering Liberians have endured, while simultaneously pointing to one possible avenue through which various Liberian ethnic groups are seeking freedom from colonial powers in the sense of unity. Liberia has a rich history of honoring loved ones who have recently passed. As many traditional Liberians might recognize that death is an extension of life. Traditional Liberian funeral celebrations can last days, if not weeks, and culminate with the family processing the burial site. Customarily, this procession includes a band of drummers and trumpeters guiding the family while simultaneously providing a voice to those who are processing. However, Liberia's Civil War challenged traditional Liberian funeral celebrations and left many Liberians wondering how to mourn the death of 250,000 people properly. In a 2014 article, Mary Moran, an anthropologist at Colgate University, recognizes that, quote, survivors of the Liberian Civil War were often left wondering if their loved ones had lived or died, or if they had been buried in an unknown spot. She comes further in a conversation she had with the Liberian woman who said, quote, every time I walk across the ground, that is, in Liberia, I wonder if my mother's bones are under there somewhere. War not only resulted in the erroneous death of 250,000 people, but also robbed families of their ability to mourn their loved ones properly, drums, trumpers, and community their procession. In June of 2011, the Human Rights Center at the University of California, Berkeley School of Law published a study on various aspects of Liberia's Civil War in hopes of better understanding the war's deep complexities and causes. Through, quote, extensive consultation with local organizations, interviews with key informants, and a nationwide survey of 4,501 respondents, end quote, the survey concluded that one of the main factors leading to this war was, quote, the seeds of conflict sown by the historical decision to establish Liberia as a state divided between natives and settlers, and the use of force to sustain the settlers' hegemony, end quote. As the Princeton Seminary slavery audit has revealed, we can trace this historical decision to establish Liberia as a state divided between natives and settlers back to Princeton's American Colonization Society and the expulsion of thousands of Black people from the United States. Today, many Liberians believe both domestically and diaspora hold a level of tension and distrust towards Liberians of varying ethnic groups. The study's 51st page does, however, indicate hope for peace as it concludes that, quote, most Liberians are optimistic about the possibility of a peaceful future for their country, end quote. One might find such possibility through the medium of drums. Here I turn to John and Angela Luderock's interview with the Liberian named Morris. For Morris's safety, John and Angela intentionally omitted vital information pertaining to Morris's real name, ethnic identification, and his alliance during the war. To provide some background information, Morris is a Liberian refugee from the Civil War whom John and Angela met and interviewed at the refugee camp in Congo. In what follows, I provided a quick summary of Morris's story. Morris was only 13 when Liberian rebels murdered his father and began a journey through Monrovia in search of Congo. However, Morris soon found himself living on Monrovia streets instead of at his own home. Though Morris had begun for protection, he feared for his life and decided to join the rebel camp that offered him protection and returned to his commitment for fighting for the cause. Morris remained in this camp until the mid-90s when he had a chance to escape the refugee camp in Ghana. There, Morris met another Liberian refugee named Jake. Jake, like Morris, was fond of drumming, and he introduced Morris to the camp's cultural center, where Morris found the ability to heal and seek unity amongst other Liberians. According to Morris, the center allows Liberians, no matter their ethnic affiliation, to, quote, drum, dance, sing, and be together, end quote. No matter their ethnic identity, quote, Black hands beat white cowhide, and white cordell each finger, end quote. War might have further divided many Liberians, but Morris and Jake found one path towards healing and unity. However, finding this form of healing is not limited to Liberia or refugee camps, it is transnational. Specifically looking at Philadelphia, USA, we find one of the largest Liberian diaspora communities in the United States, where over 15,000 Liberians have settled. In Philadelphia, one finds the True Dada African Games in drum ensemble, an ensemble formed primarily by Liberians who led the Civil War. This ensemble, however, is not limited to Liberians, but includes many different West African identities. Troop Dada African Dance and Drama Ensemble's goal is to educate people on the history of Liberia and Greater West Africa, while also providing a place of inclusion and healing for Liberians and West Africans living in the diaspora. Additionally, this drama ensemble does not discriminate based on one's Liberian ethnic identity. Instead, all are welcome to drum communities and the unified body. Due to time restrictions, I unfortunately can't go into full detail on my research. However, I want to end by posing the following questions. Can drums be one avenue for healing for Liberians who have suffered the death of a loved one from a war whose roots can be traced back to colonialism? Can drums aid in healing those displaced by the war? Furthermore, can drums be one medium of unification amongst various Liberian and ethnic groups? These are the questions I hope to raise in today's presentation. Admittedly, I recognize that this is not a definitive answer to the complexity of the issues colonialization has produced and the disunity that the different Liberian ethnic groups are currently facing. Regaining one's agency as an individual and country requires many different avenues, including advancements in reparations, education, economics, and politics. Ultimately, I have to question whether drums something that is so common in Liberian culture can be a viable tool in the process of Liberians both domestically and transnationally, breaking free from their colonial oppressors, recognizing their ethnic differences, and learning to find a common ground and common good with each other.
Thank you so much. Can drums be a means of healing wounds? Interesting question. We'll get to that later on. But now we'll welcome Ignatius Oshiomogui to tell us about the laws and emancipation of Liberia's American slavery and the resettlement of free slaves. Welcome, Ignatius.
Slavery, and the necessity of free slaves. That's something to do with the physical dimension of various states. So much of the said is not here, only historical dimension. But I want to look at the legal dimension. This paper examines some of the constitutional law governing the Liberia's American slavery in the world. So how the principle of the rule of law were implemented with a view to identify the legal issues emanating from the document. And so I decided to look at some of the constitutional specific constitution, the Commonwealth Constitution, period 1889, and then the independent constitution of July 1847, where I look at these two groups, so many other the constitutions of 1820, but looking at the short topic. I will just look at the two constitutions, 1839, 1847, and 1980.
When the principles of the rule of law adequately implemented within Liberia, where people adopt a doctrinal research method that formulates an illustrative and comprehensive analysis of the legal status in primary law. The Constitution has just mentioned above. I will jump to history, then go straight to the rule of law, because that is the center of this book. The rule of law refers to a principle of governance in which persons, institutions, and entities, public and private, including the state, are applicable to the laws that are publicly promulgated. Each for their enforcement independently administrated, which are consistent with international human rights, norms, and standards. It requires, as well, mention with a short adherence to the principles of supremacy of law, equality before the law, accountability to the law, fairness in the application of the law, and separation of powers, participation in decision making, legal certainty, avoidance of arbitrariness and procedural and legal perseverance. That is the definition confirmed by the United Nations Security Council in 2004. Now I want to look at David Dicey in his book, published in 1953. David Dicey identified three principles of the rule of law, which are one, the supremacy of the law. That means that no one is above the law, including the government. So if I say no one in Liberia is above the law, including the government of Liberia. Now, number two is equality before the law. That is, every person is equal before the law and is entitled to equal possession of the law without discrimination. One point is separation of power, which means that the legislative, the executive, and the judicial power must be in separate bodies to safeguard citizen rights and guide against tyranny. This paper seeks to bend over backwards to assess the Constitution, the Liberian Constitution of 1839, the independent Constitution of 1847, and of course, the 1986 Constitution of Liberia, as applicable to Afterlives in slavery. According to Charles Seminary, he argued that the Constitution is not mentioned in the Constitutions of 1839 and his book titled the Political and Legislative of the Analysis number two, equality before the law. Of course, as I look at the Liberian Constitution of July 13, 1947, Article I, specifically Article 11. All elections shall be by ballot, and every male, did you hear that? I about female. Every male, of course, no right of giving to the female in the participation of the election. And of course, Article 12, no person shall be entitled to hold 3 estates in this republic unless he is a citizen of the state. So it was equally too difficult because it was mandatory that you must have a property, you must own property before you vote. Separation of power. So the arms of government were in place. The reality was that most Liberians were excluded from participation in their government and in their court system. The settlers and their descendants used the law to restrict both the right of property owner. That's what the lawyer said, Jim. I now look at the supremacy of the Constitution 1986. The preamble to that Constitution, 1986, the Liberia Constitution, established a framework of government for the purpose of promoting unity, liberty, peace, stability, equality, justice, and human rights, under the rule of law. That's what we have in the preamble of that Constitution. Opportunity for political, social, moral, spiritual, and cultural advancement of our society for ourselves. Now, if you look at Article 2, paragraph 1, provided that the Constitution is supreme and fundamental law of Liberia, and that it may say that the Republic shall direct its policy towards ensuring for all citizens without discrimination. Equality before the law, and the level provided that all persons are equal before the law, and for example, to equal protection. And so, I think on issue of citizenship, Article 27 provide that all persons on coming into the course of this constitution were lawfully citizens of Liberia. They continue to be Liberian citizens. So, he provided for citizens to political right, Article 77, paragraph B, provide that elections shall be by secret ballot as being determined by the Election Commission. And every Liberia, I would thank God for the 1986 Constitution, it has given opportunity to be now to participate in elections. The separation of powers, of course, Article 29 creates the legislative, Article 30 creates the executive, Article 65 creates judicial power. Because the basic the principle of separation of power, the Constitution, of course, 1986 creates 3 arms of government. However, the executive arm surpasses the other 2 arms by creating opportunity for the presidency which will come in precise June. The paper found that the Liberian Constitution of 1839 and 1847 contained no provision for supremacy of power, equality of the law. The condition for adult male to vote including ownership of property which appear to be onerous, of course, demand the means of denying their right to vote. The current Liberian Constitution of 1986 seems to provide for the principles of the rule of law. However, in reality, the executive arm surpasses the other 2 arms by creating opportunity for the presidency to return them. There was also no constant enforcement mechanism put in place for the concept of the rule of law. The House divided against itself cannot not peace to ensure peace and unity in Liberia, adequate enforcement of the rule of law in its government. There is a need for Liberia to transform any military conflicts of the past life of slavery agenda to embrace less injustice and righteousness with respect to afterlife of slaves. This paper proposes the teaching of the rule of law as a precursor in all areas. Thank you.
Let's give Ignatius another round of applause, please. Thank you very much for our Princeton Seminary discussants. So now I want to open the floor for questions. I just want for us to reflect on the highlights of their discussions. Ms. Tanisha Mills talked about colonization and its impact on the conventional church. What were those impacts in the church at the time? Israel talked about the force to speak. He was talking about exploring the perspectives of African American returnees, mainly the Bassa Congo. Matthew told us about the drums, the importance of the drums in that time, where they seeds of conflict. And we did bring about any peace. What's the importance of it? They use it for dancing sometimes, singing together. conflicts we heard are always big. And then Ignatius told us about the laws, the emancipation of the Liberians, American slavery, the resettlement of the free cities, the rule of law, the supremacy of the law, the fairness of the law, where they equality or inequalities, the separation of powers. So all of these great ideas have been enumerated to us today. And so now we want to give all of them another round of applause. Let's give that a round. Okay, I'll ask at this time for the microphones, and if there are questions, yes, I see the first hand. Wayne.
I have no question. I am not going to take no ego moment to elaborate what you say. I want to thank each speaker for the testimony of truth that brought up to Yahweh. I want to thank you, young man, for the people of the drum. For Yahweh, besides being able to host the bringing his children, we have no weapons. We have drum, we have music, we have to Israel, today, Yahweh, let you know, he seals your soul under his name. Go back to the original. Israel is English, that's not his name. He is Yahshua. To the young lady from AME, I thoroughly enjoyed your history. Thank you so much. We're like that too. To each of the other panels, thank you so much.
There's another hand on the right side.
Thank you. My question goes this way. I would like to know if there's any connect between the African American and the Bassa Congo. And I would also like to say a society proud historians will all have history told by other people who will give distorted histories about such society. And Bassa Congo is society have about 1, 2, 3, 4 historians in the present day police states who are making efforts to document their history, and each time they do that, they give another perspective to the Bassa Congo history. And I was expecting your paper to address the perspective of the Bassa Congo history. But when I saw the title, I was thinking, is there a connect between the Reconnaissance and the occupation of the current location of the Bassa Congo people? So as history is moving from the general to the particular, the Igama, the part their own history, the Gurida, the Libera, the Bassange, and the rest. But I was encouraging you because I love the see you are putting into action to how the history of the Bassa Congo people told the way to be told. Thank you.
There's another hand on the right.
Yeah, I would like to thank every one of you for your diligence in going to research and bring out these findings. Okay, but my question, I would like to direct it to Ignatius, the last guy who spoke of the three constitutions. Okay, I would like to put you on your thought about the 1847 Constitution, which you mentioned that there was no freedom for women. But you should take into context when it was written, and during that period of time, women didn't have rights. It was all men. But President Trump revised the Constitution and gave rights to women. Liberian women had rights before the American women had rights to vote. Okay, that's a fact. Number two, It was also ratified during the time of President Colbert. Okay, and the democracy that you were talking about, the 1986, to me, is very flawed because most of what is written on paper has been practiced. Look at Liberia's budget. It goes to its government salaries, government expenditures, government expenses. So what goes to the people? Government consumes 99% of the resources and the people gets nothing. So if it will be practicalized, it will be good. I rest my case.
Hello, yeah, my question is for Matthew. I was actually interested in your research design, and how you deal, I guess you're doing like observation interviews, am I correct? If you're doing interviews, like in your research, yeah?
No, unfortunately.
Okay. Because I was like, I mean, it's quite sensitive topic to these kind of histories and what might be the facts as well of your research, like maybe as well, like not just the positive sides, but in a negative way. If you encounter that like in your research design already.
One of the questions, I want to make sure I understand the question. So what was the point of that? Was the point that what he said, you did no personal research?
She was she asked whether he did interviews during his research in his own address.
Thank you. So Keisha, Matthew, Israel, and Nation, the four member of the board trustees on the committee, and the board certainly recognizes the tremendous role that students have played in this ongoing research. So commendations to all of you. And certainly to our Liberia students, look forward to hearing you. Tanisha, my questions to you with regards to the compelling statements you're making about African Americans who may have been sympathetic to colonization. Has your research led you to others outside, other Black leaders, denomination leaders outside of the Immediate Connection Church that have also expressed sympathies towards colonization that might be seen in contradiction? Black activists, Black coaches, other Black leaders, Black Presbyterians. So as your research led you to the others who have also been sympathetic.
One more question. Yes,
I feel when somebody already tried talking about it, talking about drums, the topic of drum, like really culture. I was just wondering whether you realize that drums, you said a drum of peace, but do you realize that there are drums of war and drums of disaster? Or you just, are you ignoring it, or you know about it, or you sending out a message that the drum of peace alone should be, to bring about you?
thank you very much. So our panelists will take 1 to 2 minutes to respond to the questions, not necessarily the comments, but just the questions.
Thank you so much. And if I get you right, you were asking if I found any connection between the Bassa people in Liberia and the Bassa people in Nigeria, right? Yeah, in this, an aspect of the research that I'm so pursuing, that is why I'm particularly interested in bringing in archaeologists because, and also the concept of geography, and also interrogating linguistic and modalities too. And there are other parts of people from my findings, that they need social and also there are some that need hope. And also from talking to other people about this project, they also acknowledge that there's a transatlantic dimension of it that some people will take into consideration. And I apologize for the different topics on the program. I had to change my movement. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Okay, I want to address the question made by Pastor Armstrong. So your question was about any clergy outside of the AME Church, I believe, that were sympathetic to the American Colonization Society. And there are other clergy that came up in my research that I didn't include because I want to focus strictly on the African and Episcopal Church. But Black Carey, who is a Baptist minister, obviously is all over that research and has finding relations, especially to also be sympathetic to this idea of colonization, which is a very struggling history that I believe the Baptist denomination has to wrestle with as well. And there are also Presbyterian ministers that are influential in this as well. I cannot remember the exact name, I will get it to you, but there is a Black minister that I remember coming up in my research that was working with ACS. That was one of the first people to be kind of like recruited to these efforts of immigration to Africa that are a little ambiguous and fuzzy as to the motivations to it, or whether it is truly this Black nationalism, or if it is a way of taking newly freed Blacks to Africa in order not to disrupt the institution of slavery in the United States. So I distinctly remember Presbyterian and Baptist ministers, but I have to get to the names of those Black ministers. Thank you for the question.
The first question to personal interviews. Unfortunately, due to being in Princeton, I didn't have the resources or the time to conduct personal interviews. I would love to, honestly. But then also the Princeton library system in general is very limited on the resources that they can use for different aspects of Liberia. So I hope that answers. And then second, to the drones of war question. Yes, drones have been used in wars, been part of so much violence, and there's no doubt about that. And again, this is a working paper, and due to the time, I didn't have the time to include that aspect. However, going forward in my paper, I will definitely include that aspect of drones.
Very good. Thank you so much, our panelists. Another round of applause. Nations?
Actually, I decided to come away at night, and then the parents of July. What I did, I just look back then, over back, in order to assess, see the issues, because I discovered a number of issues that women were denied of the opportunity to vote, and they were not given even opportunity to hold property. And I mentioned the issue that the Constitution was onerous, because the demand for idols to own property before. When I look back at the independent constitution too, I found the same thing too, restricting women from voting. I did that so that I could compare it with the current constitution, Liberia 1886. And of course, I found out that most of those challenges have been resolved. And that's the issue, but the paper is ongoing, and when the issue was said, I'm sure that anybody who look at it will just.
That's the beauty of scholarly research. Thank you so much. Okay, so we are done with our seminary discussants and panelists. Let's really appreciate it because it is excellent work. Thank you so much. Thank you, Anita, Rachel, Matthew. Thank you so much. So we're going to just switch here a little bit and turn now to the host, our University of Liberia discussants. They're going to be talking to us about Providence Island, the heart of Liberia. And you will see why from their presentations that indeed Providence Island is the heart of Liberia and an integral part of this Afterlives of Slavery conference. So we take this time now to welcome our first panelist, Ms. Local Flow.
Good afternoon, everyone. So today, my colleagues and I will be discussing Providence Island, the heart of our nation. Our paper today will identify Providence Island as the heart of Liberia by providing interviews and color analysis to support our team. We also analyze the literature about the other account of trade that affected the state, its vicinities, and people. We also provide archaeological information by displaying ceramics extracted from the soil surface and cultural materials and symbolic elements that have influenced our history, both oral and written and sensually. We'll also talk about the social relationship between the indigenous people and the returnees or the African Americans. The heart of our nation identifies Providence Island as a nationwide site of national unification that requires preservative attention. We will provide simple but relevant preservative measures that can be used to save and retain our most important space. Providence Island is located between the Stockton Creek and the Ministerial River. It is a precious space that supports the history of our nation. The heart of our nation is important and central in understanding Liberia's history and the immigration of free African Americans back to their ancestral land. It is from our heart that the existence of our republic, the Republic of Liberia, or Mama Liberia, as we love to call it, sprung. From this heart, the first and most, if not every story about Liberia is being told. Its heart has witnessed several events, some of which took place long before the coming of the settlers on our shore. According to oral tradition, Providence Island was originally called Dozwa, and Dozwa is of the Golite tribe. It means that in the center of water. It was called Dozwa by the indigenous people because the island is surrounded by two major bodies of water. Like I said earlier, the Stockton Creek and the Ministerial River. Golite, as you may know, is one of the tribe or ethnic groups of Liberia. Later, when the settlers arrived on our shore, They renamed those who are present on the island to depict the quest to find a new home. After all of their struggles, they encountered at Sherwood Island in Sierra Leone. Many centuries before the coming of the free African Americans on our shore, Providence Island was a trading post. It was also used as a retreat base by the indigenous people, particularly King Long Peter, whose original name was Zolzoma, and this retreat base was being manned by his nephew Clay. It was also used by our people as a site for schools, the Torah schools for men and the science school for women. On January 7, 1822, Providence Island became even more important. It was on the show that free African Americans settled. It was on the show that free African Americans first met the indigenous people. Today, beneath the soil space contain artifacts that explain story about the many traits and interactions of our people over 150 years ago. We are back to African heritage and ideology. Someone pointed to excavation. We found artifacts that was described by one of the pioneers, I think it was Monday, that described the extensive commerce between the indigenous people and that of the Western traders, particularly the Europeans. The island today. The Providence Island today is a testament of hope for humanity. The African Americans whose ancestors were enslaved and transported to the Americas have returned home as free men and women. The once scattered and oppressed became masters of their own destiny once they arrived at the Providence Island in 1822. There was a popular saying that was said to be a newspaper of excellency by Ellen Johnson, that the Providence Island represented the reversal of the dark curative in which a dark curative of slave trade in humans, in which people were being transported and misused in other parts of the world. But then when they arrived at the Providence Island, they returned as free men, women, and children. We are UL, the University of Virginia, Cultural Exchange to the United States. We visited the African American Museum of History and Culture, and we went through the very narrative, and we saw the injustices our people suffered. Black or African Americans were never free. The race being re-enslaved all of the time. There was a need to come back to their ancestral home. Over 31 years, from 1820 to 1851, the American Colonization Society sent 7,000 immigrants to Liberia. And of those 7,000, 2,400 of them were from Virginia, a place we also visited. Among the Virginians, 160 passengers were from Petersburg, Virginia. And the ship that left from Petersburg, Virginia was called a Harrier. And on that Harrier was Joseph Daniel Robert, 6 of his siblings, and their mother, Amelia Robert. Amelia Robert was an extraordinary woman, realizing that in her lifetime and that of her children, free blacks would never have the opportunity of being more than second-class citizens, or they would risk running the danger of being slaves. So she made a huge decision by putting she and her children on that ship to a new place to find a home. Joseph Daniel Roberts was the eldest son of James Roberts, a prosperous boatman, and he worked along the Pocahontas Island in Petersburg, Virginia. After his father's death, Robert and his mother, along with his siblings, migrated to Liberia on the Harrier around 1829. When they arrived in Liberia, Robert worked as a merchant. Later, Robert was then assigned as an aide to the war governor of the Commonwealth of Liberia, Thomas Buchanan. Upon Buchanan's death in 1842, Robert was then appointed first African American governor of the Commonwealth of Liberia. The Commonwealth of Liberia being independent in 1847, Robert then became Liberia's first president. Today, as we look at Providence Island as a nation and as a people, we look at it as a place of rebirth, a place of reconciliation, a place where formerly enslaved people have returned as free men and women. It is an emblem of hope and peace for humanity, especially in heartbreaking injustices of some indigenous people and African Americans were turned into positive aspects of their life upon their arrival on the Providence Island, and it changed that, especially in time of great adversity and conflict. Thank you.
Speaking from the heart, for the heart of Liberia. Those words, the Bula word, then perseverance island, then confidence island. Thank you very much. Lovely. Another round of applause, please. We have our second panelist, Mr. Wesley. John Lisa will be the next.
Thank you. Like you say, good afternoon again, and I'll be looking at about people that says why Providence Island to be termed as the heart of our nation like you. I'll give you a brief perspective. The elder, some of you know about it. In this natural history, goes, there is nowhere like home. And the background of that was for the fact that he left and went on the front, had a number of experience and came back, but then his mind couldn't get up where he really was. And then Makaski, in a short story titled The Red Door, also in a conversation with Ogeho or that, she said that I believe where I am, I'm not peace, I don't have a home, I don't have a friend or that. That's why. Aren't you cool with the police? And she said, no, because there are memories back home that makes where I am not at home, or where those memories are my home. Okay, from this background, I like to say Providence Island should be termed as the heart of our nation because it holds memories that explain relevant stories about the people, their activities, and the subsequent formation of Liberia. Providence Island holds, like we said, key symbolic or images, symbolic elements or images that tells unique stories. And we believe that these stories should be inherited. For instance, already what have been over the time, the well. Every time someone contacts the island, you will hear of the well, you will hear of the ship, and they will hear of the cotton tree. Why will these images or these symbols continue to reflect? We are saying they continue to reflect because they hold essential memory, and therefore that space should be termed as the heart. Therefore, the word symbolizes or the symbolic representation of life support. A lot of us are aware of the story. It is also the source of tension between the Refugees and the Indians. The ship Elizabeth is a representation symbolically of the convenience of slavery and segregation to liberty. And we want to say, had it not been the ship Elizabeth, I do believe we must have been narrating or by now will be narrating still the story of slavery. The cotton tree is also a symbolic existence of life and remembrance of important people. Someone will say, why is the cotton tree a symbolic representation of life? And a part of that was displayed when the returnees left some part of Sierra Leone and traveling to part of much safer place. It was a cotton tree that served as a point of attraction. Let's listen to what when our interview an elder of the global tribe said. He's by Jacob in human days. And he gave his own perceptions about why a state should be called a heart. This is what he said. He said a heart or a place or a town is a great place where solutions and memories can be found. In addition, Providence Island, being a part of Liberia, is so because my colleagues narrated, it tells the number of stories that include the children. It tells about the people in the Lord will hear me. As a hat, which is Providence Island holds memories of our past. It also represents our failures and successes. We must preserve this place for the next generation. And my colleague, Nicola Wesley, will tell us about the preservation. Thank you so much.
We now have Mr. Wesley, Nicola Wesley, giving us the perspective from a theological point of view. Nicola Wesley.
Taking consideration the research, those of symbolic elements that President Congo has for this situation. So at least we were able to identify two major problems that the island is faced with. One is the issue of erosion. Because of the position of the island, we observe that the two of them are flowing alongside the island. We are very costly or sediment transportation to the land. On one of our documents that we formed, Seminary document we formed, our focus is for information or educational and scientific organization. We say that the island is positioned between 500 assessment a year, which is less than a mass salvation in the Atlantic. And this position of the islands are very high risk of depletion. Yes. So one of the things we can do to reduce that level of erosion, we are proposing that we build a soil concrete on the edge of the island to reduce the level of erosion process. This solid concrete is create a barrier between two streams, like the Second Creek and the DC Valley River. Yes, it will create a barrier and there will be no connection of the island to the food street. The level of erosion process to reduce and we can preserve those symbolic elements we have in the island. Another way we can preserve the island, one of our soil classification survey we did on the island, where we put some samples and arrival from some of the platform that we have in the island, the digital platform, the government platform. We observed that the sediments that are formed on the island, they reach from silty of the ground. And looking at the soil profile in geology, silty and gravel sediments, they are very small size, like zero colors. You see? So we observed at 3 feet along this platform, we're able to take the water through. So it shows that the sedimentary particles that are forming, they are not so dense to sustain construction. So one of the symbolic elements that are forming they are at risk. So one thing we can do to preserve those information, we can carry on some rebuilding of approach where we can protect the soil, the working for the symbolic element. And what can we do? We can use lateral is a group of soil particles that can withstand any construction and it can also be used to make the soil present on the very basis that you can find the issue of the soil handling. So we can use lateral for compaction. We will use a lateral. We can also be able to preserve those symbolic elements. And another piece of vision methods we were able to come away is the issue of treating the water bodies that are formed around the island. Because there, the island is talking the issue of plastic pollution.
the basis of serious being is very, very bad. We can say public housing is our heart, or we can talk about our history from the public housing, and we start experiencing the issue of decision. So we do come up with alternative or sustainable or empowering change, where we can protect the issue of plastic pollution. We have all of our agencies, we have the water state operation, we have the National Disaster Management Agency, we have the Environmental Agency. We all can work together to come up with a sustainable plan to reduce the level of plastic pollution and it's frequently that's correlating with the animal or around the island. When we visited the United States, we went to the African American Museum, we observed that the museum is not just be able to use the structure, but there are other restrictions to bring the museum that are still in place to restrict people entering the museum. You can't just go there and just think what you have. You should be able to choose the screen. We can also do that. Because talking about not all information or the various information that are printed to public eye or significant amount of our information printed to public eye. So we need to preserve it before we came to the investigation in the community.
African time is the heart of the nation, the place, the people that were there before 1822, the name of the island, from those who are the perseverance to permanent island. The preservation of the island, looking at the land, the soil, how can we do it? And Gabriel just mentioned some of the ways we can try to preserve this rich history. So a round of applause for our UL discussion. Thank you so much. We'll now open the floor for questions and comments. The microphone, please. I see your hands. The middle, right, or here. Auditorium. Please make your questions brief and to the point, please.
Thank you very much. Local? Yeah, you did very well. Yes. So this is just a less question on those work. Right? Those work. Okay, so the Roman people, and they claim ownership of those work, for instance. What is the status of Roman people now with respect to those work? Sorry, Gola. Okay, Gola. Yeah. What is the before the arrival of the settlers? What was the situation with the Buzwa? And now what is happening? Is the island residential a bit north? How come the lack were able to place the inside on the island? Thank you.
Next question.
Okay, thank you. My question has to do with the issue of Long Peter. The liberation talk about Long Peter. Who was he? Was he a native or was he a slave, free slave that came to Liberia? If that was the case, then why should you have a Long Peter name? The next thing has to do with Congo. Election mentioned about that. The island, he said the Gola, and how far we know, the Gola are now being known for seaside. But now we listen to you that the Gola gave the name of the island by Bozwa. If that's the case, and we are talking about Nigeria history, why should we maintain the name Providence? that shows that our history is distorted, probably, or is not well written. So I want you to reconcile these things, whether it's a Liberian history or somebody somewhere saying somewhere, it's not discussing Nigeria. Thank you.
Please make your questions short. Go ahead.
So I actually think that very short. I want to thank my sister for I look forward to being part of the circle of civilization to be our one God.
Any other? Yes. Two more.
Thank you very much for the insightful presentation by our sister. My concern has to do with the issue of the prophet in Ireland. 2017, I visited the prophet in Ireland, and I met an elderly man who also told me there was a ship that brought slaves that docked on the island, and as ships sink into the water. I don't know if your research has reached that far, and if it is so, what can we do as an Liberian to get a ship from that water and preserve it as we are discussing the issue of preservation? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Nima from University. Yeah, my question has to do with the settlers when they came, because we got a competition and has to do with trap. So when the settler came, what are those traps that they be using on this?
Let me say thank you to the presenter, and let me say thank you to the organizing body for this conference. I just want to make a recommendation to the last when it comes to the preservation aspect, I think you can suggest to the government that being part of your tourism site, where you got students from the 15 countries to come and see where our forefathers, where settlers came and saw people. Thank you.
One more question.
Okay, thank you to our presenter. A question goes to the symbols. According to one of our presenters, he said we have the cotton tree. And according to the African tradition, it says when you go to the town, when you see a cotton tree, this means this is where the town was created. So for that symbol, does it mean that there were a period, the cotton tree, there were a period was created?
Thank you. We'll now have a question from Dr. Allen.
There was a plan for a tour to the island. We were hoping that if the group went to the island yesterday, they would see the island and see what the students are making reference. But unfortunately, we didn't go to the island yesterday. Had they gone, they would have heard the story from the tourists who live on the island. The Golas were there, the Danes were there, the Bassa were there when the settlers arrived. And the issue of the tension between both groups have been told, but you didn't go to the island tomorrow, that day. So we're still trying to summarize it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know we have a lot of hands for time. We have to stop the questions here. And I want the audience to kindly give our discussing the chance now to answer the questions. Okay.
Thank you so much. I will start with the guy who asked about those who are, whether the island belongs to Unele. So the island did not, wasn't owned by a single tribe. The island was for everyone. You had the Gola, you had the Day, and you had the Basa. There were a whole lot of traders along the island. But the island, that's why it's an oral tradition and not oral history. So according to oral tradition, the Gola, they gave the island those who are land in the center of water. And then someone else mentioned about whether, because I need to, whether it is a library history, it is a library history. Whether it was breeding from the Burn Island or Providence Island, like I said, it was breeding from those who are to Burn Island because the settler was using something as a representation to show their resilience on their quest to find a new home after all of the troubles they encountered at Shepherd Island in Sierra Leone. So it's a library history because we cannot talk about the birth of our republic without mentioning the coming of the free African Americans or settlers on our shores. So it's from the combination between the free African Americans and the indigenous people that were able to bring forth a republic. And then someone asked about King Long Peter, whether he was a native or he was a free slave. So King Long Peter originally was Zulu Tuhan, and he was a traditional king. Thank you.
Okay. Someone asked about the ship that's somewhere under the ground. During our excavation, we heard the same story. And we tried to prove that right, but we dug like forever. And we couldn't get to where this ship is. Okay, and they believe that there was a kind of tree that eventually led to the ship coming, and then later it was abandoned. But we dug like forever, and you and I know that in the background of society of research, if you cannot prove a particular thing, you hold it as just a narration and not a fact. Okay, so someone talked about a cotton tree. The cotton tree is not Liberia being planted. Okay, the cotton tree is a symbol, a representation of the existence of, as we said, life at a particular place. So along the way, these trees were used for some other things to indicate people stood by it or stood under it to see things, saw things, and you name it. But the tree itself represents existence of life at a place. Thank you.
Question for Jacob. Okay, thank you very much. Let's give our panelists another round of applause.
I'm sure we can do better than that. Let's do better than that. And, let's give a big hand to Professor Moore for sharing this session. I'm so motivated by these wonderful researches that you have brought. And one thing I can assure you, and assure this audience, is that in the DC conference in October 2023, we must increase the number of student panels. And this is a kind of motivation, because this is excellent research, and we need to encourage students to dig into these histories, unpack this data that sometimes we forget about. So I want to thank you and I want to encourage you as a lot of this is work in progress. Keep it up. And for the book project, I can assure you that there will be enormous space to attain to take your papers. So thank you again. Well, you can sit, you can go. Let me just use this opportunity to welcome Professor Nelson, the President again, for joining us this afternoon. We know your schedule is very tight, but we don't take your presence for granted. I think it's important to underscore that the students who came from Princeton received general support, not simply from Princeton Theological Seminary. Two of my colleagues were very instrumental to generating additional funding. I think it's important to say thank you to them. Dr. Gordon McCaskey, who will be joining us soon, announced that he is with our colleague in hospital. And Dr. David Latimore, who is here, who is the director of the Person Stalking Center, were very instrumental to, helping to raise funds. First from the center, we want to thank you so much. But beyond the center, 3 churches generously supported these students to be able to attend and participate. And I would like to read their names. The Baskin Ridge Presbyterian Church, the Presbyterian Church of Lawrenceville, and the Nassau Presbyterian Church. Thank you so much for the funds you have raised. And I must not miss Reverend Daryl Armstrong, who also have supported these students from the Shiloh Baptist Church in Trenton. Thank you, and we hope that we will be able to raise more and in fact double funds to support students from Liberia, but also from elsewhere to participate in the DC conference. Okay, quick announcement before we go on break. They reminded that after the lunch break, we would have the virtual panel. As I indicated earlier, all the presenters in the 2 panels would be joining us virtually from different parts of the world. So all the presenters will be virtual, but the main audience would be in person. And we will have 2 rooms to make this possible. So the first panel would be, the session A is entitled Slavery, Missions, and Modernization. And all those who are interested in listening to the papers under this session would remain in this hall. And this panel will be chaired by Professor J. Paul Hinz. Give us a wave offering from the back. All right, so thank you so much. So you will remain here if you're interested in the panel Slavery, Missions, and Modernization. Session B is entitled Religion, Disability, and Social Development. And this will be moderated by Professor Olutayo Adesina, who was our keynote speaker this morning. All right, so he's giving us a wave offering there. And all those who are interested in this theme would meet in the next room where some lunch will be served. So I just want to encourage you, if you are having lunch, let's do that as briskly, as quick as we can do that in order to be available. These presenters are already waiting online. We are late, so we don't want to keep them waiting. So if we can have our lunch in 1 hour max, questions from online? Okay. Yes, so please, I think I will stop all announcements and ask us to take a break for lunch. And remember that those who are going to be on the Seminary panel will move to. All right, so and finally, sorry, this is very important. One of us has lost a ring, a gold ring. So don't put on a gold ring that doesn't belong to you. If you can find it anywhere, please return it to any of us, and there is a gold reward. Thank you. So enjoy your lunch. I have a badge here for Councillor Frederick Bailey. So if you lost your card.
James, yeah. Are you fully okay? This one, you'll be able to remind yourself. I want to speak very first. Not right now. The session is around 4 o'clock. Tanya is one of the. I'm right here.
Excellent, excellent. Oh, excellent. It's already off.
of India or in East of Africa. I think islands among the Mascarenes, today known as the Human Islands and Mauritius, but also establishing a lot of trading posts along the shore of the Indian Ocean subcontinent. Countries such as Madagascar today.
In September 1827, at the age of 23, Andreas Ries traveled over 1,000 kilometers from his home in a small rural community in southern Denmark to Basel, Switzerland, to apply to the Evangelical Mission Society. Both of Ries's parents had died, and after finishing a glazier apprenticeship under his older brother, Ries felt an increasing desire to offer himself for the ministry of the Lord at the cause of mission. His deep religious conviction and pietist ethics had connected with the stories that he had heard about missionaries, who left everything out of love for their Savior to win souls for him. So enrolling in the Basel Mission Theological Institute in 1828, Ries was exposed to its intense curriculum and its emphasis on order, punctuality, diligence, humility, and personal spirituality under the leadership of Christian Gottlieb Blumhardt. Following the Napoleonic Wars, the Evangelical Mission Society had founded a seminary for the education of overseas evangelists in 1815 in Basel. The Basel Mission became known for its evangelical, ecumenical, and international character. At first, it trained missionaries for other mission organizations, but by 1821, it determined it needed to establish its own overseas outposts in order to bring the distinctive pietist worldview to regions that were still laboring in what they called unchristian darkness. The pietists in Basel believed that the end of the world was imminent, that it was the responsibility of anyone with means to help change the world before that happened. So the goals then of the Basel Mission in Africa were twofold: to create and sustain a pietist Christian presence, and to bear witness against both the ravages of the European slave trade and the economic exploitation that accompanied and followed that trade. The work of the Basel Mission in West Africa began in Liberia, but this effort failed when all the missionaries died. Soon thereafter, the Danish government invited the Basel Mission to the Gold Coast to pursue evangelism. The first 4 Basel missionaries arrived in 1828. Shortly after arriving, 3 of them died of sickness, and the 4th would die before replacements arrived. Then after his 4 years of training at the Basel Institute, Andreas Ries was chosen along with 2 others to continue the work of that mission to the Gold Coast. Then within 4 months of their arrival in March 1832, Ries's 2 companions, one of whom was a physician, died from tropical sicknesses. Ries himself felt quite ill and was aided by an African doctor who bathed him with soap and lemon and prescribed numerous cold baths that Ries found not only pleasant and invigorating, but also worked upon the illness extremely quickly. Given the choice in January 1833 by the Home Committee to abandon the mission and return home, Ries instead chose to become a preacher as the castle chaplain at Christenborg in the Gold Coast. His main responsibility was to train European and mulatto children there. While serving as chaplain, Ries continually kept his broader evangelistic mission in mind. 2 years later, Ries moved several miles inland, up to the hills, away from the mosquitoes, the diseases of the coast, the meddling of colonial officials, and the hedonistic, sinful behavior of his fellow Europeans. He chose to settle in Agrippan, in the Aquapine Hills, where a Danish surgeon, Dr. Paul Heiser, had attempted to establish an agricultural colony in the late 1780s as an economic alternative to the slave trade. Then Adaba I, the local paramount chief, and his elders warmly accepted Ries, and Ries set about building his home there. Yet after 4 years in Agrippan, and 7 years total on the Gold Coast, Ries could not report any converts to Christianity. Ries was motivated by the perceived decay in morals of his fellow Europeans, and the perceived ignorance of God of the people of West Africa. His concern about European secularization, understood as a decline in religious, meaning Christian, belief, and especially practices, intersected with the even then intensifying globalization, especially more rapid transportation and communication, that allowed him to hear the stories of missionaries to Africa and other lands. Through his stubborn and uncompromising personality, Ries persevered and is credited with bringing Christianity to Ghana through the Jamaican returnees. Yet there was another piece to his story. Ries was recalled to Basel in 1848, just 3 years later, after it was discovered that he was trading in guns and gunpowder and running a mission plantation with 8 slaves who were guaranteed their freedom on the day of their baptism. Complicating this clear abuse of political, economic, and religious power is that the key moment of the entire missionary project in the Gold Coast was when Reese realized that he needed to recruit missionaries to Jamaica. As the Nigerian historian Abu Kalo has noted, by 1840, it became obvious in the Gold Coast that only West Indians could save the efforts of the Methodists and Basel missions. End quote. Though the colony of West Indians did not immediately serve the Basel mission's evangelistic aims, some of their descendants did, and their cultural contributions, especially coffee plantations and mango trees, were significant. World War I interrupted the work of the Basel mission as the British authorities in the Gold Coast removed any connections to Germany. The Presbyterians of the United Free Church of Scotland replaced the Basel mission, leading to the fascinating speech that is the Presbyterian Church of Ghana today, a denomination rooted in traditional African religions, started by Swiss German pietists and organized by Scottish Presbyterians. The Presbyterian Church of Ghana has over 565,000 members and almost 2,200 congregations. It's one of the largest denominations of the historic mission churches in Ghana today, along with the Methodists and Roman Catholics. I'll close by referring to the instructions that the first missionaries sent by the Basel mission received. The first director of the Basel mission, Christian Blumhardt, told them that their mission was to, quote, make reparation for injustice committed by Europeans, so that to some extent the 1,000 bleeding wounds could be healed
Questions limited to one question. So one question. Okay. And then we will have the presenters also hopefully keep their answers brief. So we will pass the mic around. Question right
Okay.
Again, I want to thank the presenters. They are very well. But my question has to do with when did slavery started and what gave rise to it and its rationale. At the time of slavery started, was Africa partitioned? At the time slavery started, we want to know whether Africa was partitioned. Then the last question, how do we curtail modern slavery? Yeah, thank you.
All right, is there any presenter that wants to address that question? Those questions? Sorry. So we'll take the question and then after. Anyone else with a question? They're requesting on the presentation that you all please speak as clearly as possible. They have a hard time understanding your questions.
Yeah, my question though, answer is that what is the psychological effect of slavery on the afterlife of slavery in the transatlantic world?
All right, I want to say thanks to the presenters. I'm student executive from the Liberia College. My question here has to do with the statement you made about the presenter, which has to do with all three creation. First, he created the white, then finished with black. So I want to get the people understanding on that.
Sorry, can you repeat it one more time? Just repeat the question.
Yeah. The question is that the presenter said, during the creation, the power of the other person that God created in English. The one that shall white was white and black, but the presenter said that God created the white twice and then finished with black. So are we in the belief of creation? So I don't know.
Okay, my name is John Lisa. My attention is no closer to the presenter from the idea black reading the white book. And I want to know whether your work in any way explains an influence on black race after reading the white idea. If yes, what influence may be referring to one? Then someone spoke about the reparation, and perhaps there was a break in the flow of idea as a result of technology. But my question is, Is it say reparation is a period to the many treatment that include humiliation and segregation? If yes, we need a clarity on that. Thank you.
Sorry, we have time for one more question. Just one more.
Okay, thank you. My name is Charles Zekwile from the United University. My question goes to the president or president by Africans and for Africa. You said missionary and administrator, so I want to get more clarity on that as to which one of them play a major role in delivering Africa. The preacher or the missionary or the administrators. And another question goes to all the panelists. If we talk about the colonization, Christianity, and Congress, I'm kind of confused. Take Liberia into consideration. If Christianity, I want to know as to whether it was based on Christianity that our settlers decided to come back to Africa or Congress, or it was based on colonization. If Christianity, then why is that the Liberians are struggling today in corruption and bad government? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, we're going to ask for 1 to 2 minute responses from each panelist. The first question had to do with was Africa partitioned before slavery? That kind of the gist of the question. Is Africa partitioned prior to slavery? Prior to slavery. Okay. Anyone on the panel? So if you can cut your camera on, if you choose to answer, was Africa partitioned before slavery? That's for anyone on the panel. That's to no panelists in particular.
If no one is ready, we'll move on to the next question.
All right, the second question I was asked, I think, is for the panel in general. The psychological effects of slavery. Yep. What are the psychological effects of slavery to the panel?
Okay, again, if we are thinking about it, let's move on to the next question.
Question number 3. Question number 3 was asked to Dr. Hartman in particular. Dr. Hartman, did you get that question that was asked for you?
Can you repeat the question?
Okay, can I have the mic sent to the question one more time to repeat the question to Dr. Hartman?
We can't hear the questions unless you're, it goes too much.
Yeah, okay, no problem.
So can you summarize it in 1 or 2 sentences?
Yes, sir. My question has to do with the creation. I heard you say that to be the creation, God created the white first and then finished with the black. So I want to get a better understanding of that.
So, Dr. Hartman, what I'm understanding, the question wants to know that we say in relation to creation, whites were created first and then blacks. He wants to know is there a better way of clarifying that I'm thinking in relation to creation?
Yes, I would say there is a better way. I think it's inaccurate to claim that Adam and Eve are white. That whiteness as a construct wasn't created for generations.
rephrase it in 1 or 2 sentences.
Yes, on the modality, he said, the missionary, the failure of the mission, so I want to be able to which one of every of the other.
So what, did you get the question? I don't think he's on the call.
Okay, sorry he's not responding, so maybe there will be another opportunity to give an answer to that. Yeah.
All right. Well, we're turning it back over to that.
Yes, let's first. And to Professor Haynes for chairing this session. And I would like to convey apologies first for the technical glitch that we got. So this session became longer because we had to merge, and that meant a longer time. So we thank you for your endurance, and also thanks to the panelists who were hibernated between 2 sessions virtually. We are really behind time, and I can count at least 7 people sleeping to get an award. To reduce the number of awards I'm going to give, I would like to propose a 5 minutes, standing up and stretching as we transit into another very important session, perspective from the pulpit from Pastor. So please, just stand where you are. If you want to visit the most important room, you can do that very quickly. In the meantime, could I ask the gentlemen and gentle ladies to please come up? Or if you are a Pentecostal big men and
I'm very sorry. Yeah. I have it in the pocket this morning. It's no big deal. Hey, my friend. I'm good, brother. How about yourself? Julius Williams. Okay, very good. So glad to have you here. So glad. Well, I think we can. Yeah, that's the reason you grab the seat. Just going to do it. Good afternoon. How are you? All right. David. Pleasure. So, panelists, first of all, thank you for sticking it out and being present here today. What I'm going to try to do is give you all an opportunity to make a contribution here, but we're also going to try to manage the time and try to catch up with you. So, first thing I'm going to ask is you should receive a couple of thematic questions to govern your comment. First of which is to what extent does the afterlives of slavery manifest itself in your places of service? So how do you encounter
this issue of afterlife. And the second component is so church can provide to those of us who are contemplating.
So, could we please resume our seats? This is a very important panel, and these are men and women of God. So, be careful what you do, otherwise we'll be asked to pay tithe and offering at the end of this session. So, be very careful. All right, I think before we start and introduce the moderator of this panel, Dr. Latimore, you will remember that just before we went on lunch break, I indicated that a gold ring was missing. So, as the Pentecostal will say, to God be the glory. The ring has been found. And I just wanted to just introduce to you the one who found the ring. And I promised that there was going to be a gold present. So, please, could you just come up here? Quickly. Oh, you may stand there. So, I think we should give her a round of applause. I promised that I was going to give you a present, so this is for you. Okay, I do scared of you. Yes. All right, so I'll hand over to Professor Latimore to take us through this section.
All right, brothers and sisters, we're gathered once again at what is an appropriate place in the course of our conversation to further examine this issue of the afterlives of slavery. And we have really the tremendous privilege of having a group of pastors representing institutions on both sides of the Atlantic, across faith traditions, who are gathered here to contribute their insights and their perspectives on the places in which the issues we discuss is the lived communities in which we exist and live. I am grateful to each of them. Here's what I'm going to do. They've been gracious enough to join me and partner with me. We're going to try to manage this time because we do want to make sure that we provide you, our conference attendees, an opportunity to give them the benefit of your questions. So here we're going to do, we've got 2 questions that are going to give them a chance to offer their reflections. I'm going to ask the first 4 to answer the first question or respond to the first question, and then the second 4 to respond to the second question. I'm going to ask these great men and women of God to certainly refine their questions, because blessed are the brief, for they shall be invited back. And so, and I'm going to ask you first, as you respond to the question, if you'd be gracious enough to give us your name, your faith tradition, and your location. I do need a mic up here for our panelists as well.
Awesome.
Very good. So the first question, again, that we're going to be focused on here is, again, a fitting one. I'm going to ask our colleagues here to share with us the ways in which their churches and their congregations continue to grapple with the history of enslavement. Where are the places in their lived communities that we see the issues that have been discussed across the last few days manifest themselves in very real and tangible ways in their congregations and their communities? So Reverend Brown, I'm going to ask you to be gracious. That's all right. So in what ways and what places in your community of faith and the community that you serve, do you see these issues of the afterlives of slavery manifest themselves? Where in the communities in which you are caring for, do you see the consequences of the historical repercussions of slavery most manifested in the lives of people?
Thank you. My name is Herbert Brown. I'm a priest of the Episcopal Church, and I serve presently a congregation in New Georgia estate called St. Timothy. So the obvious ways, the less obvious ways of recognizing, I think, the heritage of the French legacy. And I can think on two meanings. One is just the diversity of the churches you see around. And ecumenical heritage is something to live with. And it is not just an academic phenomenon, it's something that we all, I think, are here precisely because of the diversity of that heritage. The second thing I think I noticed, and we have to deal with this almost on a daily basis, is the, if I may say so, the re-tribalization of the returnees. I know someone had mentioned that they were sufficiently de-tribalized in granting to us, at least assisting us in forming nationhood and the Pan-African idea. I can see that and understand that. The way we experience the legacy of the returnees is, to an extent, a cohesive group with shared customs, some history, shared language, shared clothing, shared cultural symbols. But beyond that, there are also some shared institutions that keep them together, and I can think right now immediately about the Freemasonry as an institution that keeps them together. So I'll stop there.
Okay, so Pastor Toto, I come from the Pentecostal church, Independent Pentecostal church. It's in Dallasville, right here in Monrovia. Some of the issues of the effects of the afterlife of slavery is seen very strongly in our denomination, Pentecostalism. In fact, trying to write on a little article that will be titled as Pentecostalism in the Native Church of Liberia. The word native can be a very positive word that can actually mean a person of, refer to the indigenous of a particular place. Many times that word is used in a derogatory way. When you are referred to as a native person, it sometimes means that you are the uneducated, you are marginalized, the marginalized. And those are some of issues that came along with the returnee. So the political sphere would be the social sphere.
Names, when your name was in tow, you were
Not probably supposed to be on the panel like this. You must be breeze, might be looking for the tenderness, the willingness, and such a thing like that, or maybe the brown. It was not something that you wanted to find. And so,
I heard that people started putting
SON on name like Cully,
making it to sound like
so that it would sound sort of similar and posh. Within the church, I think the Pentecostal church grew out this kind of belonging where people who saw themselves to be the people that belong the same kind of group will move and worship their God to a particular place because you believe faith within the traditional Orthodox churches of Liberia. So you are not supposed to perhaps be among the Baptists or the Methodists or the Presbyterian. So we see that that church, the Pentecostals, is a unique church in itself because they tell that they were kind of students from the Bible.
Good afternoon. I'm Bishop Rose Safinian P. Brown Bickham, and I thank God that I have a heritage that links back to the settlers as well as to the indigenous Liberia. I'm from the Grizzly tribe, but my ancestors also came back to Liberia, and I'm proud of that heritage. I'm the Bishop of the Gates of Heaven Mid-Day Prayer Ministries on Crown Hill Broad Street, Monrovia, Liberia. It was established in 1969. Our founding bishop is Bishop Mother Rachel Chesson Brown. Many of our leaders today know her and know of her. We currently have a branch also in Newark, New Jersey. During the Liberian crisis, during the war, so many Liberians immigrated to the United States. And they requested of Bishop Mother Brown that we establish a church there where we could worship in our Pentecostal Baptist tradition. And so as my comments that I will present really represents both, like having a leg, one leg in the United States and one leg in Liberia. We have Liberians in the diaspora. And in New Jersey, we work along with the governor's office, the mayor's office, to support our Liberians and Africans there. Now, I'm talking about the aftermath of slavery. You will find that because the folks would not participate in the traditional hierarchical churches, they formed their own churches. And so the Pentecostal churches are fragmented, that is the negative, that there are so many churches all around here in Liberia and in the US from the African background. But at the same time, that can also be a positive because they had the opportunity to worship as they wanted to use their drums, their salsa, and to sing the kinds of songs that they wanted to sing. So that's a positive thing. But coming more closer to your question, the church is trying to provide services as our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ told us in Matthew chapter 25. Not only do we provide for the spiritual well-being, we are also concerned about the physical, social, and economic well-being. Because he said that I was hungry, I was naked, I was in prison, I was in the hospital, did you minister unto me? And so our church is concerned with being a place where we can nourish those who are hurting. A place where families, where the youth, where the children can find comfort. It is an established fact that youth will do better in school if they are from church. It is an established fact that there's marital stability when we talk about the family. If they come from the church, if the church is part of their sustenance. At the same time as the church is working with the society to provide for the needs of its members, the church also has to be careful not to be silent when there's injustice and corruption. And so we also participate in that. But we are careful not to let the pulpit become a political platform. But we cannot be silent when there's injustice, so we speak up. And so wherever we see suffering, the church is there. It's not there.
Thank you. Hello. Thank you. Reverend Samuel Reeves, I'm the senior pastor of the church. I kind of like to start this way. I think Providence is the guiltiest of them all. So it started at Providence. I think we also have the one who's doing the best we can to make a great difference. So all of this started because Black Perry and a group of African Americans and others got worship. So it started at Providence, the first church, the first institution of any kind, the first church that even started the process of helping in the area of education and healthcare. So some of the best we still see today would be one, for example, some of the names are still on interest in our church, names of pioneers, so to speak. So they're there for you. I think another way that we're grappling with some of the values is that you can see in terms of our worship experience, we're still trying we're still pretty much focused, but we're working at trying to diversify so that it be used like anybody with from any work. I think Reverend Toll's point is also right, and certainly it's so important. For a long time, if you were not read or others, then certain things you didn't do. They to show that not the case now. We're so known as that church that did that. So, some of those messages, I think, is my challenge.
Well, for our next four pastors, I want you to examine the question from a different perspective. It seems apparent that whether you are in Liberia or whether you're in America, our churches exist within a context where there remains these divisions. That again, while the particularity of the division might be specific to our context, we're all struggling to find places of commonality and of unity. What role can the church legitimately play in healing some of the divisions that have existed and to create the moments or the opportunities or the invitation to a more unified community as we move forward?
Thank you, brother. Pastor Charles Wellington Morgan, senior pastor of the First Presbyterian Church, located on Gordon Johnson's Street, Monrovia. That's one of the churches that was established. Free slaves in 1833. In fact, the third oldest church in the nation. I'm fortunate to be there, and before I go to that, let me just add.
Well, you don't have time before you go to that. Praise the Lord.
Our church also has the problem of segregating, the youth have the problem of segregating. There are certain names that were highlighted, certain things, allowed certain things in the church in the past, but as time went by, that began to go away. And presently, at least we work to destroy that. And the way forward, I think as a church, the church is the one that should be providing reconciliation. The church is the one that should be providing healing. The church is the one that should be providing unity. Because in all of our churches are established by the settlers, you always have a group of people. I mean, the Baptist church, the Methodist church, the Presbyterian church, the Episcopal church, there has always been one group that refer to themselves as the indigenous, and one group that refer to themselves as the, what we call it, like Congo people. And they have branded people in those two categories. And all of these churches have suffered these things for years. Now, as the church and as pastors, it's our responsibility to destroy that role that people say when they talk about Congo and country. As a church, we should be there to provide healing, to make sure everyone has a place in the church, everyone feels important in the church, everyone has a role to play in the church, everyone knows his place, and everyone be able to serve God freely. Because if we don't do that, some people will feel that they are left out and feel that they're not part of the church. But I think the church should rise up and provide that healing, provide that unity, and try to bring the church together. Conquer, country, and we all God's children, worshiping one God. Thank you.
Amen. I am Julius Willis the First. I'm privileged to serve the First United Methodist Church in Monrovia as the senior pastor and as the second church in the Republic of Liberia. It's a blessed opportunity. I think from the questioners, two things I want to say. One is that each of us should see the other through the eyes of God, knowing that we are all created in God's image and likeness. We are all equal. We all have the same blood. We all have the same Father. And so whether you are on the other side, whether you are here, let us know that God created all of us. And then we all have our rights. And so we need to look at that and see each one through the eyes of God. Another thing that I want to list off is that the Bible tells us that Jesus prayed that we'll all be one. We need to be united in all that we do. Whether we are white, whether we are black, we need to see that we have a common purpose and a common life. We will respect one another and live the honor and glory of God. Thank you.
I'm Reverend Esther Swain, and I have the singular honor of pastoring the church in West Point called the Stokes Chapel in Church. So what role can the church play as we grapple with all of these stuff? Two things are political. One, can we have it? What people did in Rwanda when it comes to reconstructing, rebuilding, can the church lead in the reconciliation process? First thing, acknowledging two sides contribution, Africans, sold Africans, African came back, and enslaved Africans, validating each contribution and then moving forward. That's one. Two, how can we be a strong participant in the reconstructing and rebuilding of our country? We are asked to reimagine, but imagine with me for a minute. West Point is just at a tip of the heart of Monrovia, the heart of the nation, Province Island. And just a stone throw away from that place is quote unquote a slum community that is the home of over 75,000 persons. And 1 out of 10 homes may or may not have access to their own bathroom. That would mean every space you find and everywhere you walk, you will actually step on the reading of pieces. And has only one public school that is overcrowded cannot service the over 65% of the young people in that environment. Imagine most of the mothers are selling in the market or pushing wheelbarrows and selling coconuts. Now really imagine if the church will join hands and follow what Providence is doing. For instance, provide recreation centers that will rehabilitate our young people who are living volatile. What if we provide medical environment, medical facilities for them? What if the church will lead in providing early learning centers where the young, that is the 65% over, will have access to a learning facility that is equal to somewhere in Mama Point or one of these top main schools? Why if the church will do that? If you ask me, that would be where we need to start. That will be what I want to call our specimen. That will be where we need to set up our lab and test national program. Hey, that will be our favorite.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Darrell Armstrong, pastor of the Shalom Baptist Church, Princeton, state capital of our state. The 3 words I think I can say to address the question you asked on the line. Those 3 words are invitation, inclusion, and representation. That in order to exhibit the Spirit of Christ, we have to invite. Yes, sir. Invite folk who are not like us to come in and be a part of us and be with us. And so our church is the oldest Black Baptist church in the city of Trenton. Trenton has the second highest concentration of our sisters and brothers from Liberia outside of Monrovia. First is in Minnesota, second is in Trenton. So we have a high, strong population of our Liberian sisters and brothers. I have made it part of my ministry over the last 23 years to intentionally invite our Liberian sisters and brothers to be a part of our congregation. Number 2, it's not just enough to invite you into the pews and only watch me and watch us. So I also have to include folk into ministry, include folk into leadership. And so that then leads me to the 3rd point of representation. That if someone who is outside of who is in a numerical minority cannot see themselves represented in the leadership, in this case of the church, then is that church really welcoming? So I see part of the inclusion, the invitation, the inclusion, and the representation as part of the reconciliation. If I don't put my money where my mouth is, then I'm only speaking vain words. So I have one of my deaconess here today, Miyake Stella. Aaron Miyake, raise your hand, stand up. Strong sister from Liberia, all of our Liberian queen. She was a deaconess. Before I got there, I don't think there were many Liberian deacons, deaconess, trustees in the leadership of our congregation. Reverend Cecilia Gofo is head of what we call our Pan-African ministry at the Shalom Baptist Church. Before we got there was no such ministry. And now there is a Pan-African ministry where not only our Liberian brothers and sisters, but all of our sisters and brothers outside of the diaspora can feel that they have a voice into the leadership of our congregation. So, intentional inclusion, invitation, and representation.
Amen.
Thank you. Thank each and every one of you for your answers. Listen, I want to pause because we have really an opportunity to expand this conversation. All of our panelists represent the Christian tradition, but we have a guest here with us today that I'd like to invite up so that we can include all of and more of the communities of faith. Thank you. This is not a Christian conference, and we are delighted to hear that we have the Deputy Chair, National Muslim Council of Liberia, Alhaji David Kazulu, in our midst. Could you please stand up and just come up to where we are? So we talked a little bit about the historical perspective, the ways in which the afterlife of slavery has consequences for our current communities. You've heard a couple of your colleagues also mention the ways in which they envision providing a path forward. I wonder if you comment, given the divisions that permeate or this consoling of our community, what's the hope that the church can offer to the communities that are struggling in the midst of all of the church? Thank you. Yes, sir, not the church, the mosque. But anybody, what's the hope that we offer to the communities that we serve, given the struggle? Yes, sir, that's fine. And we'll have to join the pastor. You can give us an answer here. Yes, sir.
I greet you with the most blessed greeting. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Means, peace of Almighty God be upon us. One of the most important issues that we bring our nation, our congregation to unity, reconciliation, and progress is rediscovering and coexistence. We, as Muslim church, are the moral conscience of our society. If we work together in unity with the fear of the Almighty Creator, we will make progress in changing the dynamics of our society. In our country today, there are a lot of churches, a lot of mosques, but look at the condition of our people. Look at the conditions of our people. Economic starvation, drugs, a lot of evil, corruption are permeating our society. What are we doing as churches and the mosques? You recall, to bring peace to this country, it was the unity of the Christian and the Muslims to organize the Interreligious Council of Liberia, working together, respecting the doctrinal the doctrine of one another institution, and working for humanity. We can do more if we recognize our importance as Muslims and Christians. We all serve one God with one message or responsibility to bring our people out of the shackle of evil, to bring them to godliness, respect humanity, respect the value of one another. And there are two pillars we hope that can bring about for peace, unity, and development in our communities. One, respecting the values, the harmony of interreligious cooperation. And two, respecting democratic tenets and values. We can bring together, we hope we can bring progress in our society. The Muslim Council of Nigeria bring to this conference. And we are very proud of you. Let me just make an indication here. Sitting down at the end there, Brother Latte, that Nelson were integral part of this union, Islamic Interreligious Council, that brought peace to this country. And may Almighty God, Almighty Allah bless all of us and bring positive results to change our way of life and respect our humility, respect Almighty God, and work for the interest of our people. Thank you very much.
Thank you again, both for your comments and the comments of all of these wonderful pastors who were with us on this morning. Listen, those of you all who know me know I got 1,001 questions that I could be asking. But I do want to create some space to get your input, particularly at this important intersection of both the ideas that have been shared with us and the reality that we're in communities that are struggling to live out these ideas. So I want to open up the floor for any questions that our audience may care to pose to our panel. I see the hands already going up. Bless your hearts. All right, if you can be gracious enough. Amen. All right, now we've got approximately 10 minutes, so I need you to help me here. Get your question down to its simplest form. And we promise that those questions we get a couple of them, then we'll ask members of the panel to respond in similar brevity. Okay. All right, those with the mics will be gracious enough to go out to our colleagues, and we can get some mics in the back as well.
Thank you. First, I want to thank the religious leaders for their presentation. The other part of them talk about the issue of reconciliation, unity, and the rest of it. But I'm looking at it from different angles. If the church is talking about reconciliation, unity, it should start from them. And the reason for which sometimes congregation become disgruntled and dissatisfied, pastor want to be richer than the congregation. So if that's the case, can they please tell me why pastor should be richer than the congregation?
Okay. All right. Boy, we just jumping off the top rope here, ain't we? Amen. All right, why should the pastors be richer than the congregation? Let me get a couple more questions and then we'll deal with all programs at once. We got a couple of hands in the back and we got a couple of front. And I need you to go straight. I need your question. Okay, sure, question. Amen.
I want to ask you that. Are you preparing the peace for the Father and His Son to come take over what you're doing?
Okay. All right. You all hear that?
Are you preparing the peace for the coming of the Father and His Son to take over what you're doing?
Okay. Very good. We've got some hands in the middle for the back. If you'd be gracious enough to get those, and then one up here.
I'm glad that the three of our pastors the Ministry of Reconciliation. What I want to ask you is that you have a Christian Conciliation Center in your church, so that we know how you resolve matters. And for our Christian, Muslim, how will Islam interact with the Christian?
Did you all hear that question? Okay.
Give me one more.
Thank you very much. Anyone can answer this question from the pastor in the imam. With the proliferation of churches in this nation, or the mosques in this nation, we continue to experience crime rate, injustices, unfairness to our generation. What is the role of the church in continuing some of these issues that is supporting for future generations? Thank you.
Very good. Would you be kind enough? We've got, or someone on that side, we've got one hand, we didn't get anyone from this side of the room.
Thank you so much for your comments, and I really appreciate your words about reconciliation. I just have a quick question, which is, in the U.S. right now, lots of churches, including Princeton Seminary, where I work, reckoning with the past and reckoning with Christian complicity in historic injustice. So I wonder, even as you look toward the future, the extent to which religious communities here in Liberia are reckoning with the past and with their own, to the extent there has been complicity in injustice to what is happening. Thank you.
All right. So those are the questions that we have to respond to, and I'm going to ask you again to be thoughtful in your response so that there's some revenue to it. Let me remove one of the questions up front, and that's the question regarding rich pastors. And so let me simply say, it is a common myth because of media that every pastor is enriching themselves on the back of their congregation. But the reality is that there are many men and women who serve without fame or acclaim or any of the symbols of richness that we often see paraded in front of us. That's not to say that there are not places where there are excesses, but that doesn't represent the totality of men and women who dedicate their lives to the betterment of their human community. So I don't think, while it is an issue that ought to be addressed, it is not the overwhelming issue that many servants face. So with that question set aside, I'm going to ask you if you be gracious enough to pick whichever one you care to respond to. Give me just a brief response. Okay, all right, very good. Oh, okay, all right, well, now we're down to three. Please.
I'd like to start about the question about the role of the church. I think a lot of us, out of ignorance, don't know the role of the church in all spheres of this society. It's the church that's doing the most in education. 80–90% of schools in this country are run by religious groupings. If every church and Muslim schools close down, 90% of schools in Liberia are closed down. It's the church that's doing the most in healthcare, not the government, the church, religious institutions. If every religious healthcare institution shuts down tomorrow, 67 to 80% of the religious institutions in this country will close. When it comes to social justice, speaking truth to power, taking care of poverty, the young men and women on the streets of Monrovia and many other cities that are hooked on drugs, it's not the government that's doing the most. It's religious institutions that helping them deal with the issues of drugs and addiction. So let's go find out what the church is doing. The church gives birth to this nation. If they are not done with the church, this nation will crash and gone to nothing a long time ago. Today, this nation is being upheld, not just by prayers and fasting of the church, but by the investment of human resource, capital, and other kinds of resources that's keeping this nation afloat. So before you get up and say the next time, what has the church done in this country? There is some education for you.
I would like to address the person who talked about youth, the church and the youth. We know Liberia has a very young population, and so this has done with the Ministerial in collaboration with other churches. We've been working hard to support the youth in Watala County, 10 Grand Pitman County, and Orange Grove in Grand Bassa County. We are about to establish an orphanage in Monrovia County, Marshall. We recognize that the youth need a safe place. We do the same in Newark, New Jersey, after-school programs for youth. So in Liberia, we try to increase our programs for youth. Because we believe that the church should also be willing to invest time and money to connect with the modern world. Because our youth want the modern world. And so we need to empower, we have our values and our traditions, and we will maintain those. But at the same time, we are opening ourselves up to be receptive to what our youth and our women are requesting. When I started, I mentioned that our church was established by a woman. When that church was established, it was the first church headed by a woman in Liberia. She established a midday prayer ministry. No church in Liberia was meeting at midday. At midday, people went for lunch. Then met the girlfriend at the hotel. Yes. Somebody got to get up response to that. And I understand we that the board. But with the midday prayer ministry, people had a place to go during lunchtime. They would leave their offices and go for service. And their children would come with the mom, and we provided educational program downstairs, babysitting program, educational program. There's still a need for us to continue that. We are about empowering women. We recognize that there are only few women, even in Christian ministry, but in Christian ministry. And so we know we still have a lot of work to do, but those are the areas that we are emphasizing. We are looking out to help our youth, but we also want to be helping women, children, and when we say families, that includes the fathers.
Okay, let me just speak to this, even though sometimes I've already taken the question away, but the proliferation of churches, I think it's a good thing. It's just many persons will abuse it, wanting to think that the church is kind of distant, but on an average, the message of the church needs to reach out. That every church will be like this hall, and there are places in the slums and in the rural areas that the message of Christ needs to also be extended. But many times when there are churches, springing up, people kind of, ridicule and say, well, why are they just churches? But the proliferation of churches or the increase of churches, perhaps there needs to be perhaps guarded by older churches, older traditions to help, but it's just the spreading of the gospel adults us, especially counting on the biblical injunction that the message to go forward and forward.
Thank you. Let me just comment on a question coming from the back regarding the complicity of the church with injustice, and whether that has become part of the discourse, the conversation, and whether that's been acknowledged. Certainly from my tradition, I will not say that it has been acknowledged. And I will not say it has been publicly acknowledged, nor has it formed part of even our conciliar conversations. Having said that, certainly in my tradition, and I can only speak of this tradition, when a bishop of the denomination gets up and says that, a new bishop gets up and says that from this point onwards, the church is going to be in the forefront of advocacy. I think that's an acknowledgement, however implicit, that it has not been so forthcoming. I think a recognition of the church's voice and its mission, its role in speaking out, in identifying, and saying to those who should be doing something about it, that
We are failing our people. Much more is expected from those who should be doing more for our people. I think that's an acknowledgement. When the church recognizes that, and the state, it will commit itself to working with other churches to ensure that this scourge on our land that we call corruption will not continue without the churches being in the forefront of that voice announcing it. It is an acknowledgement. It hasn't become a conversation within our churches. Neither have we put ourselves in the spotlight to encourage that conversation. But I think that's something that still has a longer life, I think, and we'll be happy to make sure that we do not become any more complicit than we recognize ourselves to be. Long minutes we are saying.
Well, we say here, the organic constitution of any society or community with the Ten Commandments, which is common to the Muslim world and the churches. We want to press, we want to change the situation, we want to go model for our congregation, our Jamaat. We'll set examples. And so, we must meet regularly, whether we are Christian or Muslim leaders, to discuss the situation in our communities. For instance, the president in Liberia, I always go to the country because they want to find ourselves. The country is growing. The youth are going astray. Just yesterday, Princeton was expelled from Maryland for smoking drugs or taking drugs in the school. In the school. They were caught and expelled from the school. Those are the ones that were caught, but there are many that went on in all the schools around the community. So we want to meet regularly to discuss the way forward. How can we address this moral attitude in our community? It's not about the buildings. It's not about the name of a mosque, imam, pastor, but look at your community, what is happening. We work very hard on consultation regularly in the Liberia, the Religious Council, and local issues. Know how to address our leaders on this issue. Thank you very much.
Pastor Ryan, each of you just pick one of the questions and give us your brief response. Yeah, the question that we're
somebody talked about there's so much corruption in people demand and the churches. And I want to remind us that the church, the voice of the church, has always been heard in this nation. The church has always spoken and spoken very loud. Our people listening. Our people listening and ready to change. I remember we had men of God in the past, his father, Bishop Brown, Reverend Father William Duke, Reverend Walter Richards, and Bishop Michael Francis. All these great men spoke loud, and they spoke against injustice, they spoke against corruption, they spoke to the power that be. But these things always continue. Not just the other day, Dr. Reeves was elected president of the Liberia Council of Churches. And there were people in government and in this nation who tried to oppose it. They said, no, we don't want that man to be president of the Council of Churches. That man always preaching against the government, he can preach politics. Because he's preaching the truth. Because he speaks truth to power. So they say he's preaching politics. But God still made him president of the council. And Dr. Reeves preached anyhow. Whether they like it or not. Pastors preach anyhow. Whether they want to hear you or not. The church will continue to speak out. It will continue to be loud. Whether they like it or not. When we pass or leave the stage, others will follow and continue to tell the story.
So I think the church is doing its best in our country with the challenges that we all have. The issue about speaking out against injustices. The church that we're working from, where I come from, we have human rights monitor, always working and engaging government when it comes to issues of crime and injustice in our nation. And I also believe that the church is engaging in advocacy in order to deliver in the area of education. The church is doing its best. If the church wasn't, like we said, our nation would not be where it is today. Thank you.
Well, I want to comment on what I would term as shared responsibility. Somebody said if there are a lot of churches involved, why the youth are high and why the crime rate is high. We tend to negate our responsibility. So disciplining the children starts at home. So if the fathers validate and the mothers nurture, when they come to the larger society, they will be there. That is the first thing. I'm saying that because we run schools and we have students come to school already charged and angry simply because something at home is not working. And we have to work over time to call parent-teacher conference to kind of help them mitigate. And so we're teaching as well as counseling parents to be able to properly parent their children. Now, if there is a breakdown in us as parents actually doing the work we should do and put in the time we should put in, there is a gap. And because of that gap, the children will find some means of filling that void. And usually, they tend to liaise with a low crowd, and that gives us a lot of problems. My children included. So we're gonna have to work as a community. I think it was Apalati that said yesterday, working together works. We should work together. That means parents work with a learning institution, work with the churches involved, and let's find a way so that we close this gap and reduce the crime rates. For me, I think that's the work.
It's an honor and pleasure to really be here across the ocean, to be amongst my colleagues and with all of you here. Scriptures just keep louder than us. And so I simply cite 3 scriptures. Mark chapter 10 says, the Son of Man came not to be served, but to serve. So I don't care what religion you are, whether you're Christian, Muslim, Hindu, Buddhist, the true mark of a woman of faith or man of faith who stands for leadership should be, are they serving God's people and not taking from God's people? So that speaks to the first couple of questions. Luke chapter 6 said, you shall know the tree by its fruit. And so if the woman of God or the man of God, again, regardless of their faith tradition, is doing the true work of God, you will see the true fruit of God. Speaks to my sister's point, are we preparing God's people? And the third point, third piece of scripture I leave with you is Micah chapter 6. With what shall I come before the Lord and bow myself down before him? Shall I come with burnt offerings or with calves a year old? Will the Lord be pleased with thousands of rams and 10,000 rivers of oil? Shall I give the first fruit of my transgression, the fruit of my body, for the sins of my soul? And this is the point. God has shown us what he wants: to do justice, to love kindness, and to walk humbly with your God. Whether your God is Allah, whether your God is Jehovah, whether your God is Buddha, whether your God is Krishna, or the leader thereof, whether your God is Jesus,
Are you walking humbly with that God? Do you do justice? And do you love kindness and mercy? I will show you for every one you want to point out. I'm from LA, the preachers of LA. Some of you know it, some of you may not. Pimps in the pulpit, I call them. But they don't represent me, and I don't think they represent us. Because the fact of the matter is, you look at a Martin Luther King Jr., you look at a Mahatma Gandhi, you look at Archbishop Desmond Tutu, you look at a Mother Teresa. These women and these men are the true bearers of light in a dark world and the true bearers of faith in a world that needs to see examples of faith. So we can always point out the negative, but I always want to caution us. For every negative you point out, I hope you also look for those who are doing the good and doing the gospel. God bless you.
Brothers and sisters, want to put your hands together one more time and thank our members and panelists and cross-the-faith positions for being with us on today. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for your questions, your generous criticism, and your consistent support as we all work together to improve the human community that we've all been made a part of. God bless you. So, this has been a very powerful session. I'm sure you agree with me. While our leaders are going back to their seats, I think we should usher them with claps back to their seats. And I thank Dr. Latimore for the very special way you kind of led this session, very interactive. Let's say thank you to the All right, I myself had a lot to say, but I will reserve that for another time. If I put on my scholar's hat, I always think about the ambivalent character of religion. Religion empowers and disempowers. And I think we're trying to find solutions to the problem that confront our society, while the church is helping to critique and to provide social services and to sometimes even critique about corruption. I think we should also think about not just how we think about politicians as being corrupt, we should also think about how the religious communities are corrupt. There's corruption in the church, there's corruption in the mosque. But the churches and the mosques they critique corruption. Both are not mutually exclusive. And I think this is what, again, the kind of questions we have from the audience allude to. Don't just criticize, evaluate, and look at what is actually happening. There's much more that is happening in this community than the whole idea that pastors are just making money. Of course, some do, but how do we generalize about such occurrences? I also want to quickly say that a number of the church leaders who came up here had something to do with Princeton Theological Seminary. And two things. The first is that a number of them were part of the planning committee with collaborating with the University of Liberia. And they also are alumni of Princeton Theological Seminary. And I will take 1 second to ask all the leaders who just spoke, who are alumni and alumni of Princeton Theological Seminary, please rise up for recognition. Where you are. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, we did a quick survey about what is supposed to happen next, which is coffee break. But the popular vote is that people are fed up with coffee and tea. So I therefore, in my capacity talking to you to scrap that session now. And perhaps the thing to do is that we want to meet the goal of the closing session, which is the most important part of this conference. And we still do have 2 sessions. And the 2 chairs of the 2 sessions have promised me that they will even be stricter with time than I try to do. So thank you for volunteering to play that role. And what I would like us to do is to immediately, as we are inviting the panelists for the next session to come up, if you like to stand and stretch, again, that is allowed, while we have the presenters coming up here. And we are very delighted that the next session on abolitionist renderings, colonialism and post-colonialism, will be moderated by Dr. Tanya Asata Ghana. Let's put a hand together for her. So all the presenters for the next session, please just walk gallantly up here. This is going to be a very long session because you recall that Dr. Jennifer Cowan, who was not in the first session, we added her here. So, if you don't mind, we want to split with you to summarize your presentation even more. Don't take it personal. We're just trying to catch up with time. So, yes. Okay, so we have agreed that 10 minutes. So sorry about that. All right, so thank you.
Good afternoon. Hope you all are well and enjoying the conference. My name is Dr. Tanya Ansata Garnet. I'm the director of the Ibrahim Babangida School for International Studies at the University of Liberia. And I'm honored to be with you all this afternoon. I've been enjoying this conference very much. And when Dr. Allen asked me to moderate a panel, and he gave me a few options, as soon as I heard post-colonialism, I said, that one. And the name of this panel is Abolitionist Renderings, Colonialism, and Post-Colonialism. And I would like to add, and/or neo-colonialism, depending on your worldview. I became interested in colonialism as a student of international relations in Atlanta. In the library, I saw a book entitled Black Colonizers, and it piqued my interest. And of course, it was about Liberia and the story of the Liberian colonial experience. And then I realized that Liberia was very much a special case study in colonial experiences on the African continent. And we could organize a whole conference on the Liberian colonial experience, and often in my development studies class, which often solicits very, very lively debate. Was Liberia a colony? No, it wasn't. It was the first independent nation, but then how is there the American Colonization Society? It's a very heated, debated issue. And what's interesting about neo-colonialism as a title is that it implies the lasting implications of the colonial experience. And exactly what we're talking about in this conference, the Afterlives, or now, right? So these lasting implications, we often talk about in my class, my development studies class, the miseducation of the Negro, this book. And we also see the very many cross-Atlantic similarities between the African American experience and the African experience, and particularly the Liberian experience, and the challenges and the mirror and reflection that these communities linked and separated by the Atlantic face. This is definitely an area where research needs to be done and so much more needs to be explored. And I'm very happy that our esteemed panelists today will push this area further with their research and their discussions. Now we have 10 minutes per person. So without further ado, I would like to welcome the first panelist, Dr. Samuel Tobe, to jump into his 10 minutes and I will be harassing you when that time is over.
Good evening. Please go ahead and cut me off whenever I've run out of time. I have a few pages. My presentation here, I will try as much as I can to run through them. Far too many historians have assumed that the most significant aspect of the early Black settlers' relationship with American Christian mission was how that relationship helped shape Liberia's church-state nexus and the role that Christianity played in the construction of the Negro identity in the United States, of course, and abroad. Has there been any concerted inquiry into the true origins of this Christian influence and its role in the production of more nefarious elements of American-Liberian rule over native inhabitants here in Liberia? And I will say a little bit about the term American-Liberian in a moment. In this paper, I would like to do only two things. First, I suggest that the divine plan was in fact a Christian ideology of rule, and it was not the creation of American-Liberians. Therefore, I attempt to trace its origins and development into 18th century Christian revivalism in the United States and to the activities of one leading Presbyterian minister, Reverend Dr. Robert Finlay of Boston Ridge, New Jersey, and a member of the Princeton Theological Seminary. I suggest that by appropriating Calvinist and Presbyterian theologies of predestination and divine providence, Finlay postulated Black colonization as a Christian missionary enterprise in which America's political leaders in the state and federal government and indeed in Congress had a central role to play. In so doing, Finlay supplied U.S. colonization movements, especially the American Colonization Society, with its most dynamic motor force by appealing at once to the diverse audiences of slaveholders, white America, the Christian community, and even free Blacks themselves. To make my point, I draw on archival records of the U.S. colonization movement. I draw on speeches of American-Liberian leaders throughout the 19th and 20th century, and I draw on texts from specifically President Roberts throughout the presidency to William B. Stubbs. The second point I'd like to make in this paper is to emphasize immigrants' perceived status, specifically American-Liberians, as God's chosen trustees for the redemption of the savage and backward African races of Africa, quote unquote. The divine plan was also a rallying cry for immigrant perseverance, unity, and unrelenting political actions in the cause of state and nation building until the 20th century. In this regard, it functioned both as an imperial ideology, as a colonial ideology, but also it functioned as a legitimating force in animating and creating a dynamic motor force for state and nation building, thereby revealing the complexity in slavery itself, the colonizing ideologies, and the afterlife of Africa's first independent republic. Regarding the term American-Liberians, there are a number of scholars who would prefer that we retire the term. But I think otherwise, not necessarily because I believe it is figurative, derogatory, or divisive, but I think it gives a specific and very significant historical context to the community of settlers that we are talking about. It reveals a deep, deep spiritual, political, philosophical, linguistic, economic, and security influence, which no other nation or group of people except the United States have had on the entire settler society, and indeed upon the entire country of Liberia. The origins of the divine plan are difficult to precisely locate, and neither was it the creation of free Blacks. I suggest that it is traceable, however, to Protestant religious segment of the colonization movement in late 18th and 19th century America, especially among Calvinist leaders married to the twin doctrines of predestination and divine providence. Unlike no other religious leaders of his day, I suggest that the man, Robert Finley, a Presbyterian clergyman from Boston and a member of the Princeton Theological Seminary, was his principal architect, and I will say why in a moment. The divine plan was a distinct ideological apparatus that brought together Christian theological justification for colonization with political authority, thereby merging religion with state power. Its journey from theology to ideology had a profound impact on American Liberian rule and manifested itself in settlers' native relationships throughout Liberia's history. The idea of American Liberian trusteeship over native savages and the idea of divine plan itself are copiously reflected in the catalog of annual and inaugural messages of Liberia's presidents, in the ACS missionary letters back and forth across the Atlantic, and in other works by other historians, including H. Doris Van Henrys and Jean Martin. As a skilled preacher and a man of ameliorative arts, Robert Finley developed no distinctive theology of his own, as far as I know. However, his contribution to the movement's ideological trust and overall success was profound. Finley, as the founder of the American Colonization Society, was more successful than any other religious enthusiast in appropriating Calvinist and Presbyterian teachings towards the postulation of colonization as a missionary enterprise. In so doing, Finley successfully combined faith and political action. He perceived colonization as the only logical and viable solution to slavery and America's racist crisis. Through mission, Finley argued, colonization would plant a seed of liberal learning in Africa from which the rays of knowledge might dart across the United regions, unquote. He envisioned returning blacks as the regenerative motto for the black race in Africa, who had learned the act of life and were softened by the power of true religion to tame the wild and wandering people who now roam over the great section of the globe, unquote. When skeptics questioned the wisdom of Finland's colonization plan, his only response was, "I know this scheme is from God." Latching onto the doctrines of atonement and the disinterested benevolence, Finland further insisted that America's rights, and indeed the larger American society through its political leaders, and the state and federal governments and congresses must act to champion colonization as atonement for the injury and injustice of slavery. In this great national atonement, Finley insisted, America's political leaders, mainly Congress, held a moral duty. The ACS Secretary also, Ralph Gurney, deeply influenced by Finley, would later express similar sentiments within the context of statewide colonization. Gurney reasoned that the ACS colonization, under Gurney colonization, required full speed, and he said only financial resources were needed to advance the task. The object, Gurney argued, is national. It demands national means. Unlike all other religious proponents before him, it was Reverend Robert Finley who offered the most powerful addition to the colonization movement, which none of his predecessors had done. He repurposed a mere missionary enterprise, especially from the point of view of the Christian community, into a purely political force in which America's leaders and members of Congress had an obligation to play a central role. It is here at this juncture, with Finley as a spearhead, that I locate the birth of American Liberian divine plan. Finley said in a letter to Montfort in 1916, he said, could they, speaking of the free blacks, be sent back to Africa, a threefold benefit would arise. We, the general white population, should be clear of that. We should send to Africa a population partially civilized and Christianized for its own benefits, referring to black and white Christian nations. Our blacks themselves will be in a better situation, referring, of course, to Southern slaveholding class. It was Finley who tried as much as possible to appeal to all of the segments of the different interest groups within the American society to come and rally behind the colonization movement, appealing to whites that it was in their interest, appealing to blacks that it was in their interest, appealing to the Christian community that it was in their interest. At once, the divine plan was both an imperial and a colonizing ideology. I do not have time to discuss how that theology transformed itself into political ideology on this other side of the Atlantic when settlers returned. I hope to do that in my response. Thank you.
Greetings. I'm going to give a highly abbreviated version of my paper on the abolitionist tradition and the origins of Pan-Africanism. In an 1862 letter, Caribbean polymath and Liberian immigrant Edward Blyden described the differences between the movement for immigration to Liberia and the radical abolitionist tradition, which had opted to stay and fight slavery in the U.S. On one hand, Blyden criticized radical abolitionism for underestimating the need for, quote, nationality and independence, end quote, in Africa. On the other hand, despite some discomfort and reservation, he praised the abolitionist movement for its persistent agitation under extreme persecution, its subversion of all forms of unjust authority, and its direct confrontation with slavery and white supremacy. The two movements may have seemed very different, especially at the height of the American Civil War. But in the grander scheme of things, Blyden asserted, the two streams had to be seen as parts of a single struggle for Pan-African redemption. African nationality and its independence were utmost necessity, as Blyden had asserted for much of his career. But so too was the need for direct confrontation with white supremacy wherever it existed. For a long time, historians have argued that the origins of the Pan-African movement, which gave impetus to African and Caribbean independence, lay in various immigrationist or back to Africa movements in the 18th and 19th centuries, culminating in Darwinism in the 20th. I would like to supplement this long-standing and rather important genealogy by showing the powerful influence of the abolitionist tradition, the tradition of direct confrontation, upon the beginnings of Pan-Africanism. Just as slavery has lived on in many new forms, so too has abolitionism. In the late 19th century, imperialism had to revamp itself in response to a deep economic depression, not to mention the loss of millions of enslaved laborers due to abolition. The new reconstruction of planetary white supremacy required counter-revolution against radical reconstruction in the United States and the partition of Africa less than a decade later. It also required a forceful forgetting of anti-slavery's most revolutionary visions while institutionalizing abolitionism's heinous sentiments to justify colonialism. And thought emerged out of the hard task of coming to terms with the contradictions between imperial views of abolitionism, reviving lost memories of the latter. The abolitionist tradition had many inflections in the United States, which I'll have to skip for sake of time, but it also had inflections within Caribbean intellectual life in the late 19th century. Just as one of many examples, the Jamaican thinker Theophilus Sholes took these thoughts in a radical direction in his two-volume critique of the British Empire and vindication of African people, glimpses of the ages of 1905. Besides exposing British crimes in China, India, and Africa, while discoursing on how Western civilization was ultimately derivative from Ethiopia and Egypt, Scholes also engaged in critique of Britain's imperial emancipation. He angrily fumed that if the compensation given to former slave owners had instead been given to former slaves, the condition of free people and of the West Indies generally would have been greatly elevated. Reform of imperialism's worst crimes could occur from above only begrudgingly. It had to be pushed from below. Though Scholes did not go the whole way in advocating full decolonization, he eulogized the overthrow of the Haitian Revolution and abolitionist Frederick Douglass as the great examples and models of astute statesmanship and direct confrontation from below. Sometimes black integrationists were imbibed with the abolitionist tradition. For example, Trinidadian immigrationist Frederick Durham's 1890 critique of colonialism in defense of Liberia. The Lone Star of Liberia was steeped in the revolutionary abolitionist legacy. Durham denounced the overthrow of abolition democracy in the United States. He denounced British imperial abolition for giving reparations to slave owners. He argued that slave rebels and maroons had ultimately helped to end West Indian enslavement. The book also included long discourses in praise of abolitionists John Brown, Francis Harper, Samuel Ward, and Toussaint Louverture, among many others, and named Frederick Douglass the, quote, distinguished generalissimo of all Africans, end quote. Even more militant was African-American seaman Harry Dean. As a youth in Philadelphia, he had been mentored by such abolitionists as Martin Delany, and he had long taken pride in aiding in Liberia's independence. Inclined towards Buddhism, so he said, and believing Christianity worked, quote, hand in glove with imperialism, end quote. Dean wanted to create a new independent state that would be the staging ground for liberating the entire continent. He first went to Basutoland to rally South African native leaders behind his cause. Naturally, South African colonial authorities accused Dean of inciting revolt, massacre, and drove him out. Reverential remembrance of abolition occurred in places such as Sierra Leone, the Gold Coast, and Liberia, largely amongst English-educated intellectuals, products of empire, would later rebel against it. As a few examples, Olusegun Faduma, the son of liberated slaves who had repatriated from Guyana to Sierra Leone, wrote from there in 1915, quote, Frederick Douglass of the United States, Toussaint Louverture of Haiti, are among the projectors and injectors of ideas who are followed up by large numbers of workers struggling to perfect their systems. Men may die, but ideas do not, end quote. Faduma wrote these words to defend the Akin Trading Company, an African-led back-to-Africa movement anticipatory of the lifestyle line. In the same year, 1915, another Sierra Leonean, who smartly wrote under a pseudonym, complained that during Empire Day celebrations, he felt just as Frederick Douglass once had during July 4th. He urged fellow British subjects not to celebrate Empire Day. In a more militant case, historians have speculated that John Chilimbue's 1915 uprising in Nyasaland against colonial rule may have been inspired by his knowledge of Frederick Douglass and of slave revolts learned during his time as a student in the U.S. The abolitionist tradition was well represented at the famous 1900 Pan-African Conference in London, organized by Trinidadian attendee Sylvester Williams. Radical seaman Harry Dean, who I mentioned, attended. Frederick Durham supported the aim of the conference as a member of the Pan-African Association. Also prominent at the conference was Anna Julia Cooper, former slave, abolitionist feminist, and historian of Caribbean emancipation. Though merely advocating the radical reform, not revolutionary overthrow of the colonial system, the conference provided a provisional starting point for the Pan-African movement, exemplified in the many Pan-African congresses who preceded. The conference's address to the nations of the world, composed largely by W.E.B. Du Bois, first prophesied that, quote, the problem of the 20th century is the problem of color line, end quote. Those words were never forgotten. Nor was the abolitionist tradition, as the address to the nations of the world further proclaimed, quote, let not the abolitionist spirit comparison Phillips and Douglass before we got out. Nothing did more to resuscitate memories of abolitionism's radical vectors over its liberal and imperial form from the mass movement led by Jamaican Marcus Garvey. With millions of followers and a globally circulated newspaper in the world, the Garvey movement revived the abolitionist tradition on an unprecedented scale. The UNI's catechism required all members to know who Blyden, Douglas, and Overture were, and to know that Lincoln and Queen Victoria did not free the slaves. The UNIA held meetings from Cuba to Honduras to South Africa under portraits of Frederick Douglass, of Tom Overture, or other Black abolitionists. Besides organizing numerous commemorations to radical abolitionists and writing essays about Maroons and slave rebels, the UNIA erected a statue of Sojourner Truth and even manufactured Harriet Tubman dolls for children. Of course, the maiden ship of the Black Star Line was named SS Frederick Douglass, and thus Frederick Douglass's own self-liberation became a symbol for the liberation of all Africans. UNI members ritually held in her 1920 History of the Roots of Garveyism, UNIA in this Ashton Sewell asserted that Garvey's vision of Pan-African redemption had roots in the radical abolitionist vision, a vision rolled back by counter-revolution and colonial conquest, which now had to be reinvigorated on a global and not national scale. And just to very briefly conclude, the memory of revolutionary abolitionism had become elemental in Pan-African ideologies, and the tradition was only to get ever more militant. Ex-Garveyites took abolitionism into the communist movement. Pan-Africanists originally interested in imperial reform began to demand full independence. Kwame Nkrumah, for example, took inspiration from Harriet Tubman and John Brown, and would later assert that decolonization was for the 20th century what abolitionism was for the 19th century. The tradition would continue unabated through the period of decolonization, and the Trinidadian Pan-Africanist George Padmore wrote with some justification in the 1950s that Pan-Africanism had, quote, sought to keep alive the spirit and tradition of the great abolitionist movement, end quote. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon. This is Moses Yacob. Before me, I have From Slave Trade to Racism, Revisiting the Depravities of Pre-Colonial African Leaders. When I saw the flyer for this conference, The Afterlife of Slavery, what came to mind was, after slavery, we had legitimate trade. Then and thereafter, we have the Berlin Conference, 84-85. Then came colonialism, introduction of Western philosophy and civilization, which demeaned, disparaged, and discriminated against Africans. And finally, what we see today, racism against Black. And this has informed the title. Today we are here because African leaders in pre-colonial setting, to a very large extent, allow the subject we are discussing to emerge. The argument in this paper is that slavery was made possible because traditional leaders in pre-colonial period allowed slave trade collaborated with white slave dealers. White slave dealers wouldn't have embarked of indigenous Africans. Their involvement was an approval for the Europeans to plunder our lands export our brothers and sisters to the Americas. Fine, we all know that slavery has been before the arrival of Europeans. So the Europeans introduced a new dimension. Here we talk about humanizing our people and in a way trying to take that manhood and humanity out of Africans, trying to reduce Africans, presenting Africans as lesser or inferior humans. In the paper, we try to assert that African leaders today, Africans, to a certain extent, are not regarded in some contexts. There is discrimination. Criticized Africans as well who participated in this dehumanizing trade should also be criticized, be interrogated. These subjects, to the best of our knowledge, have not been given critical attention. Most scholars, to a very large extent, discuss the issue of white dealers relegating or neglecting the role played by Africans. When we talk of procurement of slaves, traditional African leaders were very instrumental in terms of kidnapping, the sales of slaves. Traditional African leaders played prominent role, and most available literature have not been able to critically interrogate or engage these aspects. And this is why I have decided, as part of the work I'm having right now, trying to look at the role played by Africans. There are examples of African leaders who sold their brothers, sisters, friends, neighbors. We have the likes of Seriki Abbas, Farrell. We have the likes of Mobi royal family in Lagos, Nigeria. We have the likes of Francisco Felix de Souza of Ouida, Benin Republic. It will shock you that Francisco Felix de Souza is highly celebrated today. It is referred to as the father of the city of Ouida. Seriki Abbas today is celebrated in Badagry region. Mobi, royal family, celebrated. I visited Seriki Abbas, the Badagry Dragon, and where slaves were kept some few months back while I was on this project. I visited Mobi royal family slave relics in Badagry. And I've combed through literature. Serious attention has not been given to this subject. And not to waste time on that, in this paper we'll try to have an understanding of racism. It has been before the coming of Europeans to Africa. Yes, but it was institutionalized during the slave trade. And who made the slave trade possible? African leaders were part of it. We have not interrogated this. African leaders institutionalized slave trade. They approved it. They supported, they raided. The white did not go to the interior to raid. It was our own leader that went to the interior to raid. We raided our brothers and we sold them out. And after slave trade, for convenience sake, they said, stay back in Africa and produce. We will come and pack. We will come and pay. They introduced legitimate trade. After life of slavery, legitimate trade. They came up with Berlin Conference. We were not there. They were taking coffee. And they balkanized, they shared Africa. Slavery had ended. But another dehumanizing activity was going on. Slave trade caused it. Our fathers, our leaders caused it. We want to interrogate this. Then came colonialism. Then they introduced Western philosophy, civilization, philosophy that relegated women to the background. They referred to women as chattel slaves. That if you go to visit a woman, go with a wig. And today, racism is at the height of it. So a few months ago, I had a program, I had a conference in Germany, and I experienced a bit of it while going to Freiburg with a German. Time will not permit me to go into that. And each time I experience this, what comes to my mind is my traditional leader caused this. And the funny thing is that they are being celebrated. We need to discuss this further. African leaders collaborated with Europeans towards the institutionalization of transatlantic slave trade. They were actively involved in adoption. They had God. For selfish reasons. And today, their involvement has helped promote hatred and distrust among Africans. African leaders expose Africans to the whites, to the outside world. And that's why today we are demeaned, we are relegated. We are referred to as lesser human being or inferior human being. I've given you examples of those who sold slaves. We have some from Congo as well. Nzinga, Uku, Alphonse Juan, and many others. And finally, I want to say that discussion on African leaders who participated in slave trade or during the slave trade and the issue of racism must be interrogated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and a big thank you to the organizers for putting together this conference. Sam Oshiri, I'm a senior lecturer at the University of Bristol. I was going to present today with my colleague here, Congo, who couldn't make it. And back when we were in the office thinking of this conference, we thought, oh my God, 15 minutes, but I was going to do it. Now I'm told I've got 10, so I'll try to be as fast as I can. My presentation is going to explore, talking about some of the preliminary findings of the project that is looking at the work of modern slavery abolitionist organizations in remote island and indigenous communities in Ghana. The focus of their work is an attempt to address what they deem to be modern forms of slavery, involving children's work in fishing and mining and other prohibited work. And the kind of fundamental argument I make is that there are a number of parallels between the efforts of these organizations to bestow what they deem to be freedom through education or the promotion of education today as a means of disengaging children from prohibited work. And the efforts of European traders, colonizers, and missionaries from the 16th century onwards, again, their eyes to civilize or bestow freedom as they saw it on supposedly backward Africans in that country. Now, the historical literature of education in Ghana describes it as something that happened in three ways. You had the advent of European traders who initially attempt to promote greater commerce with indigents, introduce them to their kind of ways of learning and knowledge systems and so on. And then this was not very effective. The second wave then started with the arrival of Basel and Wesleyan missionaries in the then Gold Coast. Now this was a lot more extensive and organized as an educational approach, as characterized by the schools and other institutions which they formed. The third wave was following the colonization, initially of the coastal areas of the country, and then eventually the whole nation. So you had the British colonial government introducing its schooling policies and reforms. Now, what was clear from all of these three waves, a clear thread running across them, was that the policies of European traders, missionaries, and colonial administrators as far as education or Western education was concerned, as I alluded to earlier, there's a broad acknowledgement that it was premised on very racist and prejudiced assumptions. You know, the introduction of education was in the belief that, of course, for traders, it was to promote trade, for missionaries to help with their proselytizing and also to teach the natives how to preach the word, and for colonial administrators to better govern the territory. But fundamentally, it was underpinned, all of these educational programs, by a view of the natives as being inferior or pre-modern. Europeans were in the eyes of the colonizers and the traders and missionaries in a better position to civilize the natives of the country. So this class-based, also race-based or racist-based prejudice drove the educational provision. So initially, actually, education in then Gold Coast was mainly reserved for mulatto children and those of influential chiefs who supported settler colonizers, for instance, because these children were deemed to be better. In fact, the then Governor Hill in the 1852 Education Ordinance argued that education should be reserved for the children of the better class of Africans. So there were two, as I say, forms of prejudice. One was the racist or the racial ideology of Europeans coming to civilize the blacks as they saw it, and then the notion that there were some children who were better, indeed, as they saw it, you know, so mulatto children, those of great powerful chiefs and so on, were supposedly better than children of the poor. Now, the education curriculum was also infused with imperialist notions, but you know, you had then other additional problems associated with it. So those who had gone through the British educational system were presented as people who were better citizens. They were more fit for citizenship than those who hadn't. And so jobs in the civil service and other arms of government were mainly initially reserved for those who had experienced Western education. It was therefore ultimately connected to the notion of who a good citizen is, or who a productive citizen is, someone who is more refined and so on and so forth. If you wanted to be a teacher, a clerk, or work in the colonial administration, you needed to have gone through that educational system. The results of our ongoing project reveal similar prejudicial assumptions in the efforts of contemporary slavery abolitionist organizations. So first of all, their activities are mainly targeted at indigenous communities of the country, so about 10 marginalized communities who are cast as sort of less developed. You see this running through some of the narratives and rhetoric that they use to promote their activities. They cast as irresponsible, for instance, or lacking a sense of responsibility for their children. Parents who, for instance, are compelled for a variety of reasons to work with their children in fishing and mining, so on and so forth. There is a huge amount of evidence showing that factors such as poor education, poor facilities, lack of schools completely on some of the remote islands are reasons why some families don't involve or send their children to school. These are often ignored, and often the rhetoric is that these remote island communities, indigenous communities, are simply backwards, uncivilized, uncaring for the development of their children. Now, we see a similar strand in terms of the civilizing agenda in the provenance of the leading anti-trafficking, anti-modern slavery organizations, most of which are Western organizations, also evangelical Christian missionary ones, think of the National Justice Mission, previously, and others, who implicitly in their narratives have this assumption that these communities in the global south are less advanced, less modern, and therefore you can have a situation where they argue vehemently that slavery exists in the global south because children are working in mining, and equally turn a blind eye to the incarceration of migrant children on the Mexican border and elsewhere. Completely ignoring the fact that children are being put in cages and so on. That is very much similar to what actually happened under the slave trade and so on and so forth. A third area where we see a similar strand of prejudice running through the educational promotion agendas and narratives of the modern slavery abolitionists versus missionaries, colonizers, and traders is also the manner in which education is presented as the marker of being a good person, or being a person who is fit for freedom and who is deemed civilized and polished and so on and so forth. And you see this very clearly in how education isn't presented as something that is all simply about literacy and numeracy at its heart. But fundamentally, it's set as the way through which children can become better citizens. Those who are illiterate or who prefer non-formal education, such as those which indigenous communities in the country, sometimes prefer to teach their children, are presented as backwards and so on and so forth. And so, to conclude, the problem lies in the very narrow vision of freedom, which modern abolitionists, like some abolitionists of the 17th, 18th century onwards, promote. As we are aware, that there is a body of literature which discusses the kind of variance between the ideas of emancipation, which Frederick Douglass and others wanted, the more holistic view versus those of people like Wilberforce and William Lloyd Garrison and others, which I can't go into for time constraints. The fundamental point here is that by holding up education as the silver bullet or the be-all and end-all mode for addressing child labor and other prohibited work, instead of thinking more broadly about the socioeconomic impediments that children face, which these marginalized communities face. We are presented with a very simplistic, I argue, understanding of the role of education, but also how freedom ought to look like. If you want to think about the fact that many children are now going through schooling and coming out without the means of employment, and again, also lacking some of the basic livelihood skills which they would have learned in the past to help them to take up for themselves in the absence of jobs in the formal sector and others. Thank you very much.
Very good evening, everyone. Good evening. I'm Dr. Yusuf Suleiman from Liberia. I'm going to talk on perspective on sources and drawbacks of the British educational policies in Liberia. With specific reference to from 1882 to 1959. Some lovers of Liberia did not understand the fact that education started traders were working through that the British gave Liberia that century policies from 1882 to 1889. Now, in view of this, the gap that I'm feeling now, I'm now looking at what are the policies that the British gave to Liberia at that time. Of course, and of course, what are the sources of the policies introduced by the British? And the last, what are the drawbacks of the policies imposed by the British? And from there, from that time, and in doing this, I used two methods to get into that, which is content analysis and what I call interview. So in order to waste time, I will move on to the results so that we need to see what happened, what they did. So in getting some documents, touched on the issue of how can the school established by the British be used to function efficiently and effectively. And of course, in providing to this, the policies that I listed, of course, I've said from 1882 to 1959, we had 11 policies. In 1959, the last policy was called Albright policy, which the phrase that the policy will serve as a basis for which the post-independence era will usher successes for Nigeria. Now, the cause of the matter is that what are the policies put in place that I've listed, and now what are the challenges or drawbacks of the policies brought by the British? And major issues, part of the drawbacks, one, is because of the subversion of the indigenous education in Nigeria. The other indicated the met education on ground, but that was common. So what they did was that they subverted the indigenous education, which was the Quranic education at that time. And after that, they ensured that the indigenous people were not operating with them, and of course they were criticism. Ensuring that the curriculum of the policies, was colored in Christianity, so that people can be able to, buy again to the Presbyterian, Methodist, Equa Church, and the missionary thing, and of course they did that. And another, drawback of the policy. Go on. Now, the successes that the British brought. Go on. Okay. Now, they were able to establish schools in Lagos, in Benin, in Calabar, and they were not interested in going to the other parts. And it took them more than 50 years, or 8 years, as they had, that the British started touching the northern part of the country to ensure that they have a more balanced education. And up to now in Nigeria, the northern part of Nigeria are still at the advantage area and people in terms of education. However, in spite of that, the successes recorded by the British are many, as you can see. We have the Westgate Primary School established in Liberia, and we have what we call secondary school in Lagos, Westgate College in Ibadan, and of course we have other schools which were established at that time. And of course, concerning so these are the record missionaries where they and the schools that they established for Nigeria. It started from the Westgate Methodist Church Missionary Society, Liberia, American Society of Practice, and that. And of course, this like. Now, the analysis process, as I said, visual training and moral instruction, the introduction of frequency, education of men and women, and education of jobs. Next slide. Then these are the schools that they established. We have King's College in Lagos, we have Port School in Liberia, we have CMS in Lagos today. And the local entities that we met on that, because the local people were not operating in the dictionaries, they were trying to restrict their barbarian. So, and of course, the part of local civilian education, that time. So that time, matched what they met on that, of course, they tried to ensure that Bible was put in place, and of course, people were recognized and have and people, those are people, so they are Christians. Now, the result will be converted by virtue of their access to education to second. Next slide. Conclusion, next slide. The conclusion to God of in this one, the third area of practical contribution. This study is very good to the stakeholders in the education in the community to look at these policies and learn draw lessons from it and how we can be able to ensure that education in Nigeria is taken to an enabling height. And of course, I said that in Nigeria today, the northern side of the country, they are regarded as disadvantaged people, education. So how do we ensure that our constitutional policies are tailored towards ensuring that we have for the balanced society in terms of education? Then for gender contribution, the theory of human capital theory, as postulated by authors, lead to the research that is validated and of course and tested this work. Then for methodological contribution, the two methods were used, as I said, content analysis and interview. Some of the experts in regional policies were interviewed and were given their problems. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. The issue of the colonization in Nigeria, some of the pictures from that and what we see. Next slide. Then these were the government that will check that time. We give that those policies in Nigeria, we have a certain that actually match the other policies. Next slide. Then we have what was the keyboard, we have some kind of passing. Next slide. Thanks a lot. These people. Okay, thank you.
Since I'm not on the program, I'll just briefly introduce myself. So to day one, I'm Dr. Jennifer Freeman from Princeton Theological Seminary. I'll be talking about the Bible and its pilgrim journeys, exporting faith and freedom. And thank you to the organizers to honor the fact that you're making space for me, honor the time that you're giving to me. So one of the things I think we've already seen throughout this conference is the complexity that accompanies any identity. And the first identity that I want to talk about is that of a pilgrim. And there are many ways to think of a pilgrim. One is simply the people who are here on the earth at this time. And this is the way that many Christians historically and continue to understand themselves as pilgrims. But there are other ways to think of a pilgrim. One who is simply a traveler going to a holy place that is often seen as far away. But in the North American context, the term is even a bit more complicated. Pilgrims are referred to as the group of English Puritans who were persecuted in their own country. They came to America, arriving on the Mayflower in 1620. They landed on Plymouth Rock. Yes, that Mayflower. These pilgrims were religious separatists. They were seeking freedom from the Church of England. Perhaps these folks too saw themselves as being on a journey to a holy place. And with them came their holy book, their Bible. It was the Geneva Bible that was taken on the Mayflower. The Geneva Bible is the one that King James had disdain for, and just a few decades later created his own version of the Bible. But the Geneva Bible was the Bible that was used by many English dissenters. And in fact, this English translation of the Bible that was published in 1560 was done so by a group of Protestants that were in exile from England and Scotland. So for many Christians, the Bible is the sacred text, the very word of God. It is the subject of the Christian faith, but it is also an object of the faith. Religious symbols inform how we construct religious identity, but also social identity. So a cross or a crucifix, a fish or a dove, these are all symbols to which the Christian story imbues new meaning. But certainly, the Bible is more than just a thing or an object. In his exposition of thing theory, Bill Brown writes, quote, "The story of objects asserting themselves as things then is the story of a changed relation to human subject, and thus the story of how the thing really means less than an object than a particular subject-object relationship," end quote. In other words, the Bible isn't merely a thing or simply a book. It is given its meaning through and from the various relationships it has with its readers. As a New Testament scholar, I am always interested in the content of the book. However, for these purposes, I am concerned with the way that the book itself made its various journeys. changing with time and the purpose of its readers. I want to look very briefly at three doctrines that actually sanctified in many ways slavery and colonization. The first is the 1452 doctrine of discovery. It was a papal bull that was written by Pope Nicholas V. In it, he essentially writes that he gives sanction to the king to invade, to search out, to capture, to vanquish. It's basically being pagan, any place, all of their goods, movable and immovable, they could reduce to perpetual slavery, and they could apply this to themselves and to their successors. What's important about this official church document is that it grants Portugal at the time, 1452, the right to enslave sub-Saharan Africans. So church leaders argue that slavery was a deterrent to barbarous behavior and could be a Christianizing influence. Using this logic, the Pope issued this mandate to the Portuguese king, Alfonso V. And in this papal bull, it is what kind of sanctions, if you will, provides a legal framework for what becomes negotiations with Iberian authorities, enabling them to attempt to convert those that they encounter to Christianity. And so, obviously, the very words of the Pope are deemed in and of themselves sacred. What it also did, interestingly, it enabled those who were attempting to be captured a form of negotiation. And we see an example of this in the Kingdom of Congo in Central Africa during this time, in the 15th and early 16th century. The political elites actually adopted Christianity. They sent emissaries to Europe, and the ruler actually used it as a primitive for diplomatic pressure to limit the Portuguese slave trade in the Congo. So from the very beginning, you see the weapons of the masters become the tools of the supposed oppressed. And Christianity then becomes this book, these words, if you will, that are also a double-edged sword. There is another pope, Alexander VI, who similarly grants the monarch of Spain in 1492 the ability to those monarchs and their heirs, as he writes, the ability to conquer all lands that they find, that they are discovered, that they are to discover, from the Arctic, he writes, to the Antarctic, to lord over those they conquer for full and free power, authority, and jurisdiction of every kind. Again, a pope who is supposedly the agent of God through his written words as sacred text consecrates these actions. We see similar things in Massachusetts in 1775, where they declared that they too had the ability to conquer the land and subdue the people. While many faith groups have publicly denounced these doctrines and others like them do demonstrate, I think, the interconnected web of religion, specifically Christianity, politics, and economics, a web that we can see is not so easy to untangle. So now, having briefly looked at the doctrines, I want to turn to an example of another Bible, like the Geneva Bible, that traveled across the sea. This Bible was published in 1807 by the Society for the Conversion of Negro Slaves. It was entitled Parts of the Holy Bible, selected for the use of Negro slaves in the British West Indian Islands. This Bible is also known as the Slave Bible. This Bible excluded 90%, that's 90% of the Hebrew Bible and 50% of the New Testament. It is now relegated to the halls of museums and library collections. But this Bible, I think, is one of the most explicit examples of how the Bible can be manipulated and distorted to serve the purposes of those in power who seek to maintain and expand their power. So when these 19th century British missionaries arrived to convert enslaved Africans, they came armed with this heavily edited version of the Bible that were missing passages like the Exodus of the enslaved Israelites from Egypt. But they had to be careful not to upset the slaveholders who were weary of the revolutionary implications of educating their enslaved workforce. So weapons like the slave Bible have been used to, though they have been used to repress rebellion, it did not stop enslaved people in the Caribbean from fighting for their freedom. Indeed, according to the UK National Archives, enslaved people constantly rebelled against slavery right up until emancipation. And one such example is the Baptist War, which is also known as the Christmas Rebellion. This rebellion was led by none other than a minister, Samuel Sharp. And Sharp used his freedom, his ability to travel around on a national holiday right close to Christmas, to actually plan the results. And at the end of a regular prayer meeting, he and some leaders stay behind to discuss his plan for revolt. And what they do is they swear on a Bible that they will follow this plan that he has outlined. He's baptized, of course, in the late weekend in the congregation of the virtual Baptist Church. This is yet another example of how the Bible has been used in various ways, right? The slave Bible was attempted to ward off any attempts for rebellion, and yet still they rebelled and did so using the authority they had in the Bible. I will move now to my conclusion, but I do want to briefly mention for their conversation that there was also a campaign by the abolitionists that was called the Bible for Slaves. And this again is the Bible that is used ambivalently, one in ways to keep enslaved people educated, and one by the abolitionists to show that the slaveholders were actually being hypocritical by not wanting to enable the slaves to have access to the very Bible that they claimed that they lived by. So in conclusion, I just want to say that indeed this book has had a pilgrim journey of its own. And while we can talk about the death of slavery, if we can indeed, as we've heard, talk about the death of slavery, what did not die were these ideologies that seek to promote one group of people over another. What didn't die was the hatred and the bigotry and the discrimination that didn't end with the legislation that indeed ended slavery. And another notable afterlife of slavery is the way that the Bible continues to be used and abused by those in power. What we must do is to honestly face this past and root out any tendency to transport, to transfigure, and to transmit distorted forms of the faith. Thank you.
Thank you all very much for those very interesting works that you have shared with us, and also for respecting time. So do we have 5-10 minutes for Q&A? Great. So we have the first question. Is someone going to help us with the first one? Thank you.
My first question goes to my question has to do with the day that we consider to be Liberia. Prior to this name Liberia, which name this name was called, because we are talking about history as well. The land Liberia we call Liberia. Prior to the coming of this name, which name was given? Because this name Liberia, according to our history that we are talking about, meaning free labor, meaning free. So prior to that name, because it's something like that, some people here on the left, you are telling us that this man, nobody was here. So when it came, what was the name was given to this country prior to Liberia? My second question.
I'm sorry, we only have time for one question. If we have time, perhaps we can come back. Thank you. Can we take another question back here?
Yes, my question is to Mr. Paul. And Mr. Paul, we talked about the atonement, looking at Christian theology in light of political theology. Now, I'd like to back to Reverend Fagan. How is that atonement of ACN certified something towards Liberia? Okay? We talked about atonement. And when we look at the idea of atonement, is related to sin satisfaction. So can you just clarify that in light of the issue?
Okay, can we take a question back here? Is there anyone who hasn't given a question today? If you've already posed a question, would you like someone else who hasn't asked a question ask a question? Is there anyone who hasn't asked a question? Yes. Okay, if you haven't asked a question.
Thank you, Mr. Joe. My question is reference to Rabbi Finley and the issue of the ACS in 1816. Between the time of Rabbi Finley, or perhaps let's say that from the time the first slave arrived in the town, 16, 19, or so down to 18, 16, the founding of ACS. And the repatriation of free slaves was what is now Liberia. What do you think actually were some of the things that was responsible for the behavior of people like Finley, people like the founders, Henry and others, who were founding fathers of this, so to speak, the 50 or so white men who actually formed ACS. What were those things that you think were played that were actually factors in the behavior?
Okay, can we take one more question here and then we're going to come on this side?
Thank you. My question goes to Prof. Moses. You mentioned during the presentation that King's leaders were the part of the cause of slave trade. So people were captured and of the product or some of the reasons why they have been saved or collaborated with the European and Americans to enslave their own Africans. Any reasons why Africans have to collaborate with the Europeans to enslave their own. Yes.
Can we take this one question over here and then if we have time, we have another question up there.
Thank you. My question may not be directly related to any of your topics, but it's related to abolitionism and colonization. Now, Liberia, as we know it, is consisted of two colonization societies, activities of the American Colonization Society and Maryland Colonization Society. And I wonder whether your studies ever have gone to acquainted with the differences in the two ideologies of both societies and the clash of those societies. And I mentioned the clash because the Episcopal Church was founded by the Maryland Colonization, not Mississippi. And for a very long time, the Episcopalians in Maryland had no dealings with the Episcopalians founded by the ACS in Monrovia. And it wasn't until maybe 50 odd years after anything that we would speak to each other. So I'm just wondering whether that has ever featured in your own studies.
Okay, we have a question here, gentleman green. Behind you.
My question is only female parents. I think I heard you talk about the slave Bible. Where did they get that Bible from? What kind of Bible was it?
Okay, let's take that one last question over there. She's waiting very enthusiastically. And then we will start to answer questions.
Thank you, I've been waiting for a while. My question goes to the first panel. I want to know what was the impact of the divine plan in trans-Atlantic Africa, especially Liberia?
All right, why don't we go ahead and get started, Dr. Till? I can give you a star, perhaps because you're talking about the ACS, which is kind of a hot topic for us. Would you like to try to attempt some of those?
Right, I will attempt some of them, hopefully, the first question was with respect to names of Liberia before settlement. Of course, many different people within the Green Coast of the Pepper Coast call this area quite different. You call perhaps one of the names that are used for the residents called Providence Island of Rosewater, for example. So there were many other names that this was called. If you were talking about the political communities that was established as settlement, the name Liberia was relative to me. But there were, of course, political groups here in Liberia prior to that time. In terms of atonement with respect to the ACS, when I spoke of atonement, it was merely an idea that ACS leaders used to convince and encourage white America to support colonization. I mean, that was a particular Calvinist theology, I believe, it came out of the Christian community. And it was, of course, we have seen against Black people, can we now support colonization and respect back to Africa? In terms of contemporary Liberia, ACS, that is a question that I guess is completely open. There are others who are asking for Firestone, for example, to make atonement for its activities in Liberia. In terms of the factors that play a role in the behavior of ACS founders, I do not wish to judge history necessarily by contemporary standards. Many Christian communities did truly believe that slavery was a good thing. Of course, there were many who were opposed to it as well. But it's hard to judge other than the prejudices and deep racial sentiments that white America, and largely across Europe for that matter, had towards Black people. You spoke about two colonization societies. There were many more colonization societies active along West Africa, including Liberia. I mean, the New York Colonization Society, the Pennsylvania Colonization Society, in addition, of course, to Maryland, and the ACS was, in fact, an umbrella group that most other state colonization societies did work with. The impact of the Divine Plan, I think the Divine Plan was, it had started out as perhaps a genuine theological viewpoint, but it was very quickly infused with political motivations to the extent that I believe Finley, for reasons of finances, but also to appeal to the many divergent groups of the colonization movement, so that they were all supported at one time. Congress itself had a role to play, and therefore it had to put its weight behind colonization. But it did have a dangerous impact on this side of the Atlantic when American Liberians moved nation.
Thank you, Doctor. So in the interest of time, can we move ahead to Dr. Yakuba? There was a question for you, I believe.
Thank you very much for that question. I've seen reasons why Africans have to collaborate with white slave dealers, white slave traders. Yes, if you look at it during this period when the whites came with the idea of getting blacks to go and work in the Americas, the plantation, the sugar plantation or what have you, they came with guns and other items. So I'll start by saying that for selfish interest, for economic interest, for profits, for the gain, they were getting from the business. A good example is what happened in Lagos during slave trade in Nigeria. Lagos slave trade made the throne, the king's throne, made it very attractive and lucrative. So everyone wanted to become a king, because you being a king, you get more money from it. That's one. Two, also, it was during slave trade that the gun culture that is evolving today in Nigeria and some other countries in West Africa, this gun culture was introduced during the slave trade. And if you do not join, if you do not get guns from Europeans, I want to say that other slave traders will kidnap you, because during the slave trade, strong men, strong warriors with one or two got involved in the business. So one of the reasons again why traditional rulers were involved was that they wanted gold, they wanted power, and when you get power, you just must get a gun from the white man. And finally, to avoid being kidnapped themselves by other slave dealers.
Thank you very much. How about Dr. Kayla? There was a question for you.
Yes, in regards to the Bible, the Bible Commission, advised for the version of Negro slaves in 1807, and it was published in London. So, my question about the Bible and Constitution, so here in the Bible, there's views that have been abridged, right? Like the majority, the whole majority of that would be the 3 in today, one at Fisk University, one at Oxford, one at
Can we get a round of applause for our panelists? Thank you for your questions. Thank you all very much. Thank you, panelists.
So let's give them another hand, please. Yes, you may have seen me just going, up and down. I'm just conscious of the time, but also because we kept the respondent for the last session waiting. We've changed the time 4 times, and he's waiting in the US. And I think it's fair that we give him that opportunity to respond to the discussion in the last session. But the good news is, this is the last session for the day before the closing ceremony. So without wasting any more time, I would like to invite the discussants to come forward. And this author-based critic session on the book Empire of Robber, Fire Through Scramble for Land and Power in Liberia It's a very important book. And we'll have Dr. Samuel Kotu to moderate this session. The discussants are Councillor Norris Kwa, Professor Wide, Kobakoli, Professor Gordon McCaskey, and Professor Keith Carter. And the respondent is Greg Whitman. Let's ensure that Professor Whitman is now online. Can you confirm, please, Ruth? Is he there? Okay, great. Oh, all right, wonderful. Thank you for joining us. So, please. And Samuel Kotu, I'll be moderating this session. Empire of God, Christ is promote for land and power to Liberia. The title of this book, written by Greg McMahon, speaks for itself. It is interesting to note that land and power was obtained in that global Christ. How? In the early 1920s, America owned 80% of the world's automobiles and consumed 75% of the world's rubber. But only 1% of the world rubber grew on the U.S. flag, threatening the nation's explosive expansion. To resolve this shortage of rubber, the Firestone Tire and Rubber Company turned to Liberia, a small country in West Africa, founded in 1822 and declared independent in 1847. The Empire Rubber tells the story of capitalism, racial exploitation, environmental devastation, resistance as Firestone transformed Liberia into America's rubber empire. What captivated my mind was not only the way in which the land was obtained, but the relationship of the company and government, relationship of government and workers, the companies and workers, finally segregation. Some of the issues that brought conflict between government and company was the labor requirement policy by Firestone, drafted by Frederick C. Hearn. So we will leave it there and turn to our panelists as they discuss. Brett Medman is a writer of this book, Empire of Rubber, Firestone Struggle for Land and Power in Liberia. So this is what we're going to be discussing. It tells the story of discrimination, of exploitation, and so forth. I think we're good here.
All right, so we have a discussion about a book that was written by Professor Greg Whitman. So Greg?
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much for joining us. And let me apologize for the delay. So we will start by giving you the opening that summarize the main themes in your book, and then from your panel we can pick it up.
Okay, thank you. It's a little hard for me to hear. There's a lot of echo, but I'll do my best.
He said he'll be right back. So he found a situation himself.
So why is okay? So let us invite the panelists. Each one of them will come to the front, introduce him or herself, and then they will give their welcome of the book, and Greg will respond. Greg, are you still with us?
I am. As I said, it's a little hard to hear, but I'll do my best. There's a lot of echo coming across.
Thank you for understanding and adjusting. So we'll call the president.
Thank you very much. Hi, Greg. I hope you can hear me. I enjoyed reading the book. It's a great book. And reading Greg's book actually reinforced my contempt for Firestone. I think a lot of us in this room, in this country, do have a similar contempt for Firestone, a company that came to Liberia with a twin objective: to help develop the country by investing to solve the serious deficiency problem in the United States, but at the same time guaranteeing that it will transform Liberia. And I would ask Greg, if Harvard Firestone Senior would come back today and see what Firestone has done, I'm sure I don't think he's going to be surprised as well. So the book was very well written. The narrative in the book certainly confirmed to some of the experiences that we as Liberians know of Firestone. Bad labor practice, the exploitation of its own workers, low incentive. And so we already knew some of these things, but the way Greg meticulously weave all the narrative together clearly reinforced, the sense of suspicion that we already have. And I like pretty much a lot of what he's bringing, but there are some issues that I wanted Greg to spend more time on in the many pages he wrote, and it was a little bit disappointing. I was a little bit disappointed when I didn't hear much or read much of Firestone's role during the Liberian Civil War. He dedicated a very small paragraph to its involvement with Charles Taylor, and a brief paragraph. But there are other accounts that clearly shows that Firestone actually, by virtue of its decision to return to Liberia after the first phase of the Liberian Civil War to continue its business, did a lot more, aided in the paid taxes to Charles Taylor. And I believe a lot of those resources that Charles Taylor received during those years, contributed to some of the things that he did, particularly to us. In 1992, Charles Taylor launched articles into Monrovia in an attempt to capture Monrovia. The reason why this is particularly important to me, because I was a young person at the time, and that war was so devastating. The fact that Firestone aided and invaded Charles Taylor in his quest to gain power, not through the barrel of the government, not through democracy. I just really need to spend more time talking about that rather than some of the emphasis he placed on Firestone's earlier relationship with the Liberian government prior to 1980. One of the reasons why I also like the book is that Firestone was sort of a prototype for bad labor practice in this country. And so recently I was representing a client, a criminal defendant who was accused and fired,
by another company, big like Firestone, wrongly. And in my defense of that client, I needed to find evidence of the similar, wrongful action. And I didn't have to go too far. I went right and for the case. Wilson versus Firestone. The facts and circumstances of the case of organization were so similar. So again, it reinforces this notion that Firestone, with all its mighty desire to, ultimately develop Liberia, engaged in acts that were so counterproductive. So in terms of commerce, its quest to engage in commerce is so replete with injustices against the very people ultimately that they have come or claim to come to help. And lastly, I think Firestone is amazing that when having Firestone senior founders come to, and Greg talks a lot about Firestone, having Firestone desire to come to Liberia. He had this belief that his company would solve Nigeria's problem, develop Liberia. After over 100 years of operation in Liberia, it is amazing that Firestone, as a company, and Liberia as a state of working Firestone, cannot produce a single commodity from rubber with added addition and added value. It is an amazing phenomenon to me because after 100 years of operating in Liberia, Firestone is still engaged in the same old style as the vision by having Firestone senior take the latest and export it. The government of Liberia recently has been talking a lot about added value to its product. To some of the things that we as a country export. I think Firestone as a company should have invested in manufacturing rubber rather than just extracting rubber from the trees and exporting. So Firestone, in my mind, represents, in a lot of ways, a poor example of the Afterlives of slavery within the transatlantic world. I look forward to hearing from the great Sister James and some of my colleagues. Thank you very much.
My name is Theological, and I just like to, for the benefit of some of participants in this conference, set the stage contextually. First, by the end of World War I, the British Empire controlled the rubber industry in the world, and this was at a stage where the US was looking for rubber, buying from the British for all their buggies and their horse-drawn carriages. They needed rubber tires, which was something of a novelty. This was in the height of the Jim Crow laws and the period of great migration for blacks. So Detroit was a favorite destination for blacks to go to work. By this time, Akron, Ohio was one of the largest areas of the Ku Klux Klan and was very unwelcoming for blacks. That year, of the 74,000 workforce in Akron, only 700 were blacks. And these people were doing the menial jobs, cleaning stations on factory floors and mixing rubber with personal compounds. How did Liberia come into the picture? The US was experiencing wartime shortages and realized the country's dependency on foreign imported commodities and the reliance of American industry on foreign sources of raw material for production. Rubber was a key commodity needed for the American war machines. Britain had declared war on Germany and banned exportation of commodities from the British ports. Of course, the British were allies of the Americans. Harvey Firestone was in the business of producing tires for horse-drawn carriages and buggies, thought he needed to find an alternative source of raw material. He sent an emissary to look into Mexico and Philippines, and they found nothing. That emissary, who had worked with the British before, was hired by Firestone to come and look at an abandoned plantation here in Liberia that the British had established for those of us who are Liberians in a place called Monrovia, about 10 or 15 miles from Monrovia. By that time, the Liberian government was in a dire strait and needed finances. They appealed to the American government to lend them $5 million. The Congress turned that down. And so Liberia had nowhere to turn, even though Liberia had also declared its support for U.S. efforts during the war. To appease Liberia, during the inauguration of Liberia's 17th president, the U.S. government sent W.E.B. Du Bois, black civil rights activist, sociologist, historian, and intellectual to Liberia to participate in these ceremonies. It was during that period that the U.S. Embassy, for the emissary in Du Bois, viewed this abandoned plantation and informed Harvey Firestone that the terrain was very ripe for growing rubber, labor was cheap, and that they could get a lot of money out of here. Enter Firestone, providing the $5 million loan that Liberia needed in exchange for 1 million acres of land in this country at the cost of 6 cents per acre. This is 1/4 of the country's territory and 10% of all arable land. So with that, Firestone gained some leeway into our country, had a foothold, and sought to exercise political power using the dollar, let me say, Liberia, cash violence. With that movement into Liberia came discrimination in the working conditions, housing, and one of the things that has affected us today, payment for labor in cash and rice. By this time, Liberia was also exporting rice, but Firestone came with his 30 points of rice, and because most of the area they occupied were occupied by people of the Pele and Bassa ethnic groups, people developed a culture and a taste for American parboiled rice, which has come to be known in our society today as Kusawa, which is a bastardized form of all of you Pele people in here for Pushawa, which means 30. So 30 comes of rice plus a few cents. At the time it was, I think, 1 shilling a day for your labor. So after 100 years of growing rubber, the world's largest plantation, which is one of the criticisms, has added no value. But what was even bad was the fact that the requirement for meeting your daily tax was to tap 1,125 trees a day. And if you know anything about the rubber industry, it's a small cup about the size of my hand, hung on a tree with a piece of wire. And that tapper has to go scrape the bark of the tree to allow the sap or the rubber or latex to flow into that cup. And because he couldn't always meet his daily demand, he had to employ sometimes the help of his children at the age sometimes of 6 years old to be able to feed his family. Now the question comes, what did they do with 1 million acres of land? Up to 96 years of operating the world's largest plantation and dispossessing native Liberians of their lands and livelihood because this was an agrarian society and people were surviving on agriculture. Firestone only cultivated 60,000 acres of the 1 billion acres of land. That literally sets the stage for what transpired here. Rubber at a ton of 2,000 from Liberia was being sold in America, in Akron, for over $3,500 a ton. Now, that's the background in which Greg Liston's book is set. As a critique, did the author achieve his intended purpose of showing how Firestone involvement in Liberia influenced American policy and economic interests in Liberia? Yes, he did, because he brought to the fore a merger of politics, economic interests, discrimination, dispossession, and bad labor practices. He also was able to show the resilience of the Liberian leadership at the time and the struggle they had to go through to maintain what we call in Liberia this ship of state on an even keel. So this Barclay and King were able to resist serious temptation to put the country directly under Firestone control, which was an intent, and that failed. So Firestone plantation, what I think they did here was to transfer American-style plantation practices to Liberia, because up to the 1980s, issues of social corporate responsibilities did not exist. Firestone did not have one high school. So the book is written in easy flowing prose and brings to the fore Liberia's history. It also, like Doris said, didn't highlight too much of Firestone's role during our Civil War, because Firestone was used as a launch pad for attacks on Monrovia. But more importantly, taxes that should have been paid in the Liberian government. The legitimate government recognized by the ECOWAS, the African Union, and the UN, but rather to the insurgents. Thank you.
So I'm Gordon McCoskey. I teach at Princeton Theological Seminary, and I'm grateful for the book. In case you haven't read it, I highly recommend it, Empire of Rubber, because it helped me to connect the dots. I have done a lot of study on the American Colonization Society, and that was mainly the 19th century. This book helps me to see how the issues of exploitation and racism continued into the 20th and even into the 21st century. At a micro level, it also helped me to see some things about my own life. So I, after reading this book, looked at my car, and I got Firestone tires on that car. And I thought, oh, wow. I'm part of this. I also live in the town. I teach at Princeton Theological Seminary, which is not Princeton University. Those are different institutions. They're across the street from us. But we have a working relationship. We share libraries. We have a huge theological library. We don't collect everything except theological books, but Princeton University Library has everything else. It happens to be called the Harvey S. Firestone Senior Library. Wow. That's where the money went. That's where some of the money went. I was a student at Princeton Seminary for 4 years. I got 2 degrees there, and then I was on the faculty for 10 years. Actually, it was 20 years, because it was when my colleague, Norris Tweek, was with Professor Alagama and I, and we were shown in Princeton. We went to, after reading this book, to the Firestone Library, and I started thinking, why did they not say where the money came from to build this huge palace of knowledge? Even now, they don't say it. So it helped to connect a lot of dots. There's a lot going on in the little town Princeton that's directly connected to Liberia, both in the ACS and in Firestone. I was particularly drawn to a quote on page 59 of this book. I was intrigued by W.E.B. Du Bois coming to Liberia as an official representative of the American government. And it's, Mittman says this: Du Bois, too, believed that Firestone had within his purview the potential to achieve one of the greatest and far-reaching reforms in the relations between white industrial countries like America and black, partly developed countries like Liberia. And he goes on to say there was an opportunity, and Du Bois actually argued for Firestone to have an establishment in Liberia. Of course, not long after that, Du Bois began to see what was actually going on and turned away from support. Because of this book, I was beginning to wonder what would happen if Mittman had been given access to the archives to find out the rest of the story. This is only part of the story. But what would reparations look like? Firestone made hundreds of millions of dollars and only shared pennies in Liberia. What would it look like for Firestone to repair the damage financially? What if Firestone had taken Du Bois's vision about a partnership between Western white capital and Liberia and helped everybody? So the answer that I didn't really find is, why did Firestone need so much money instead of sharing it? But this is not just Firestone. I have a colleague at the seminary who grew up in Congo, and she said this is the story of Congo also. It's European rubber companies. Why did Firestone not decide to share the wealth? And I'm not sure the answer to that. I'd like to see what Dr. Mittman says about that. But there's a deeper question. How will Liberia develop economically? Is it with partnerships from white capital, or is it on its own? Is the Du Bois and his vision still possible, or is it not even desirable? And I would like to hear some considered response. I have my own thinking about that, but I'm just learning all this stuff. Dr. Mittman has thought about a lot more than I have, and I'd love to know what he thinks about that question. What about the road not taken that W.E.B. Du Bois articulated? What if there was shared capital? But maybe that's not even possible now. Maybe the only way forward is to get off that train and to develop internal capital.
All right, good evening, everyone. Hope you're hanging in. I know it's been a great day, and I know I'm standing between you and the rest of the evening, so I'm going to keep my remarks brief. I think this is a book, Empire of Rubber, that everyone at this conference would be interested in. It is a scintillatingly well-told story. It's a scandalous story for the reasons that my colleagues have already underscored. It's even more scandalous than they let on, however, and I just want to hone in on one aspect of the story that hasn't come to the fore yet and pose a question to go along with it. Part of what I think makes this story about Firestone's exploitative practices, which led the United States more broadly into an exploitative relationship with Liberia in the 20th century, is that it was, in the view of Firestone and the people around him, morally justified as part of a larger civilizing, quote-unquote, mission. So Firestone wasn't only raking in the profits but he felt that he was doing good along the way. And I mean, as a historian of Christianity, I mean, one of the things that I think, is so interesting throughout the history of this tradition is people can be obviously so deeply deceived. He did, I think, truly believe it, and this idea of a kind of civilizing mission in the early 20th century is part of a much larger story in the history of the modern world, the history of white Christian interactions around the world. Get this, that, I mean, Firestone Sr. thought of Liberia, he called it, quote, a moral protectorate, if not a direct protectorate of the United States, a moral protectorate, because the people needed to be uplifted, they needed to be Christianized and civilized and this sort of thing. Keep in mind also, Dr. Nevin shares in the book that Firestone Sr. never actually visited the country himself. I was blown away by that. Part of what I'm interested in here, we know, as I just said, that kind of the entanglement of Christianity and white supremacy, the exploitation of Jim Crow, the kind of profound, devastating impact of this civilizing mission, not just in Liberia, but in the Philippines and Latin America and all over the world. We know that Christianity and empire profiteering have often gone hand in hand. But my question for Dr. Bittman really has to do with a lot of what we've heard at this conference in the last few days. I'd love to hear him speak just a bit more about the scope of resistance on the ground to this project that Firestone and the governments of the United States and Liberia were about. Over the last few days, we've heard a lot about African Christianities, which have mounted resistance to systems of economic, political, human exploitation and oppression. And I was curious as I read this book to what extent people in this earlier period in Liberian history, hearing Firestone, not only his plans, but also his sort of moralizing rhetoric about how he was doing it all for the good of the Liberian people. I wondered to what extent they found that galling already in the 1920s and 1930s and 1940s, and the extent to which Dr. Bittman, in the course of his research, found evidence of a kind of alternative Christianities that mounted or sought at least to object, to mount resistance to the thing that was the big dominant story that he's telling in this book. We get a reference to Martin Luther King, who obviously was invoking a kind of pan-African, anti-colonial vision as a Christian minister in the United States with a global vision. But I wanted to just, in the archive, in his research, to what extent Christianities that mounted resistance might have showed up. But it's a wonderful book. I hope you will all pick it up, and I look forward to Dr. Bittman's response to these comments.
So Dr. Bittman, Greg?
Yes, I'm here.
Good. So we have some reactions from our panelists here. First, we have the reaction by Councillor Norris Stewart. Councillor Stewart likes your book. The book's a good book. It's a good read. And I did read the book myself. He says that one of his concerns is that you did not include Firestone's complacency with the Charles Taylor's government at the time when the Civil War was raging. That if you had explored the situation further, you would have seen Firestone's role in the Civil War. Another point he mentioned is that Firestone's practice of exporting raw material continues today. No value has been added to the raw material. It's been exported in its raw form and transformed, creating what the economists call a multiplier effect on that side of the Atlantic Ocean and not on this side. In short, if you were producing tires here,
rubber ware, it will add value to the Liberian economy. So basically, these are the concerns that Councilor Tua had. He would like to hear your response to that.
Yeah,
Vice President.
First, thank you so much to all the folks on the panel for engaging with the book and your very kind remarks. I'm sorry I can't be with you there in person. To the question, yeah, about why I didn't really extend the story into the Liberian Civil War. One of the things that, the book ends in 1963 with the death of W.E. Du Bois and the retirement of Harvey Firestone Jr., who was really the main architect behind the development of the plantations once his father had passed. And I was really interested in telling that story as a story of a family dynasty. And the other reason was that by the time of the Liberia Civil War, Firestone was a different company. It had been bought by the Japanese. Firestone Bridgestone, a Japanese company. And so the kinds of continuities that I was trying to tell about this family dynasty and the ways in which attitudes about white supremacy and racial capitalism really were part of that family culture that extended to the company. It was big, but it was a different. It began to be a different story during the Liberia Civil War in terms of there was no longer the family ties, and also because I think it's a story that was well explored in ProPublica, both in their print, online print edition, and in the documentary Firestone and the Warlord. To me, obviously, very good evidence in terms of Firestone's complicity with Charles Taylor, the importance of the Barbell plantations as a staging ground for Taylor, the issue that was raised by Lawrence about taxes, all are very important. But to me, for me, one of the things, in the decade I've spent in Liberia working on this book, going back and forth, and interviewing a lot of retired Firestone workers, interviewing communities impacted by Firestone. To me, and as people continually told me in Liberia, is the biggest legacy is the way in which Firestone played at the map for a new wave of land concessions in Liberia, where 50% of land in Liberia has been sold off to multinational concessions. And Firestone became a model for that. I think the other thing to look at in terms of the Civil War is the ways in which Firestone, the presence of Firestone and its dominance in the Liberian economy, particularly in the 1940s and 50s, until iron ore, started to dominate the economy, led to this huge wealth inequality. And, Firestone was very savvy about cultivating Liberian elites by providing free rubber seedlings. William Tubman was the wealthiest independent rubber farmer in Liberia. And so when there were strikes on the Firestone plantations, Tubman would use the Liberian military and police to squelch those strikes, because if Firestone was paying higher wages, he would have to pay Firestone higher wages on his own plantations. And then I think that, wealth inequality also sows seeds of revolution that I think we can, obviously there's many things fueling the Liberian Civil War, but to me, in the beginning sense, that's a very important part of it. You know, I know that a lot of people have talked to me in Liberia about the fact that Firestone never built an entire manufacturing plant. You know, that it didn't help in terms of its industrial development. You know, but that's the kind of principle behind extractive capitalism, right? And the way in which it looked upon Liberia as the source of cheap resources, as a source of cheap labor, and that you know, the most valuable rubber, and particularly liquid and latex in its liquid form, would go to be shipped to America where higher profits could be made. You know, so it was built very much into that kind of extractive economy that was so much a part of the way in which it operated in Liberia. I could also touch on a few other points, Dr. Allen, that if you'd like.
Greg?
Yes.
Okay, we have three. What did you get a point? Okay, Greg, go ahead.
Yeah, to the, you know, to the point about what reparations look like. You know, I gave a talk at Princeton last fall when the book came out, and there was, you know, Princeton renamed the Woodrow Wilson School of Public Policy, right? They got rid of Woodrow Wilson's name because of his, you know, his racist past, and yet there's no acknowledgement of this in respect to the Harvey Firestone Library. There's no context of it. And that Firestone was built in 1948 when the Liberia plantations were the most profitable subsidiary of Firestone, when workers on the plantation were earning 18 cents a day. And the Firestone family was a major contributor to the building of that. I think it would be really great if the group that's assembled there today represents these institutions of the Princeton Theological Seminary and the University of Liberia and others, would really press Princeton's administration on this. And while, you know, I'm ambivalent about the naming, one of the things that Princeton can certainly do is, given the wealth of that institution, is provide scholarships for West African students. To begin to, you know, and provide some context on whose back that the money for that library was made. And to Gordon's point about, you know, the question of could Du Bois's vision ever be realized? And you know, I mean, Liberia really found itself in a bind in the 1920s. It was heavily indebted to international loans because of the collapse of first the sugarcane and then the coffee economy in the late 19th century. It found itself in the cycle of debt upon debt to Great Britain, France, and Germany. It needed money. You know, the other option was Marcus Garvey and his Back to Africa movement, right? Who was also there at the time. And Du Bois, through his support behind the Firestone experiment, on the condition that Firestone used it as an opportunity to rely upon Black management and expertise. That didn't happen. Firestone looked to white Ivy League institutions, primarily Harvard, for scientific and medical expertise. and created this basically Jim Crow system on the plantations. And I think it raises an interesting question, and one that I talk about in the preface of the book, whether the plantation itself, as this particular form of capital, land, and labor, could ever be reformed, could ever escape, the past of slavery, could ever escape its kind of past history of exploitation. And it's interesting that I think Du Bois thought it could, that given Black expertise and capital that it could. I'm not convinced. And when we look at plantations around the world, as in those contemporary formations, it is a system that is really built on exploitation of labor. And as we see today in some of the oil palm plantations in Liberia, former Zimbabwe and so forth. And then just finally, the one point about resistance. In researching the book, I did have great respect for President Edmund Barclay, who I thought was a masterful diplomat and politician that successfully thwarted Western powers from turning Liberia into either an American protectorate or a British mandate in the ways that they were the League of Nations investigation into slavery and forced labor in Liberia, which is pretty clear that Firestone was behind. History and situation of Liberia in the 1930s and comes to really understanding the importance of customary rights to land in Liberia and how the land concession and Firestone's dispossession would transform Liberian culture, and particularly rural indigenous lives in that. And it's constantly pushing back against Firestone, as was another African-American agricultural expert, Frank Hinder, who worked for 10 years in Liberia, helping establish the Ministry of Agriculture, worked with Buy More, and trying to develop markets that were respectful of indigenous Liberia farming conditions and crops. And it was always, again, pushing back against this plantation economy that Firestone had developed. So I guess I'll leave it there. I would say, given the context of the conference, the other, Firestone used its ties to the American Colonization Society in trying to win support within the American Christian communities for its project in Liberia.
Well, we thank Dr. Midman very much for his response. So I'm sure that we have questions about racism, exploitation, poor labor practices, U.S. capital intended to create a protectorate in Liberia. So we'll take questions. We'll take questions from the first column to my left. Is there anyone in that column? I see no hand. So we'll come to the middle column. Yes. Let's take some questions.
Yes, good afternoon.
Yes, hi,
Yeah, okay, I grew up in Firestone. Okay, so I know all about our Firestone media, and even more than what you okay, recently, I came across some investors from the US, and they educated me to the value of rubber internationally. Rubber is a $750 billion industry every year. And what percent of that does Nigeria? Nothing. So it's a big exploitation.
Thank you. You have a comment? Yes. Let's see, Dr. Golden.
Yes. Let me. Thank you. I have a question for Professor Smith. And that question has to do with the concerns of Councillor Stewart. The reluctance of the United States reaction with respect to Firestone. Now, the concern is Firestone's complacency during the war. You have spent 10 years or so, a decade up in Liberia doing this research. And my question to you is, was it deliberate that you didn't delve into Firestone's complacency in the war, or is it that you knew and decided not to go into the issue that Firestone and America are one and the same person? And whatever Firestone does, and even today, whatever Firestone does, even though in 98, they sold out the plantation to a Japanese outfit. Whenever Firestone, the renegotiation or consideration comes up, we in Liberia still feel not the Japanese pressure, but the pressure from Washington to do Firestone. So instead that you decided deliberately to just not delve into that issue of Firestone's complacency with what happened here during the war, or was it an oversight?
Okay, I learned that Dr. Midman did not hear the question. So let me repeat the question, and I thought he answered the initial, so I will repeat it. Dr. Midman?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Did you hear Dr. Bowles' question?
I heard the last question. I didn't hear the one before.
Okay. I think basically his question was that you did not, your research did not include Firestone's involvement with child stealing. He wants to know whether it was deliberate or otherwise.
Let me make one last point with that question, specifically to the author. For 10 years, you've been in Nigeria exploring this book. Yes, it's a great book, by the way. I read it, 2 or 3 times, honestly, and I think you did a great job. But with specific respect to this issue of Firestone issue with Taylor and the American relationship in particular, you know, and I know that the story that is told us is that Taylor broke jail in Massachusetts, but jail that no one has broken out in 200 years. America actually expects that to believe that Taylor broke jail in America. Taylor came to Liberia with the intention. America was Taylor's keeper. Okay?
America has never, to the best of my knowledge, sent the Interpol to look for Taylor Monrovia. He ended up here. George Herbert Walker Bush, the American president's position was find an African solution for an African problem. And so for 14 years here, we tried to find an African solution for an African problem. I would have thought that would have been something for someone of the caliber to actually delve into to find out why Firestone did what it did.
Dr. Boyd, thank you for the question.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, it's not an oversight. It was a conscious narrative decision. As I mentioned, the war story had been covered by ProPublica, and also their documentary Firestone and the Warlord. And I was, as I said, really trying to explore in the book this family dynasty of Firestone, the Firestone family. And by the time the Liberia Civil War started, it was no longer a family company. It had been sold to a Japanese company, and it was Firestone Bridgestone at that point. And so, in terms of the narrative of the book and the themes that I was trying to explore, although it's absolutely important, be great for people to dig even more into that, and that's beyond what ProPublica did. To me, it did it as a narrative, of following this family and this family dynasty in Liberia. It took it in another direction. As terrific as that story is in terms of publicity of Firestone and Taylor and the American government, as I said, to me, the enduring, one of the really enduring legacies of Firestone that Liberia is dealing with today, and which I think is a really serious issue, is the extent to which the economy is dependent on multinational concessions that have mortgaged the futures of generations of Liberians in the telecom sector and other sectors. And that's the legacy of Firestone. That's the legacy of Firestone establishing a plantation economy in Liberia. And so to me, that's why in epilogue, one of the things I really look to as a positive direction in terms of Liberian government policy around these issues is the passage of the Land Rights Act, which recognizes legally recognizes customary rights to land for the first time in Liberia's history, and gives communities at least some right towards self-determination in a way that they did not have when Firestone arrived on the scene in the 1920s.
Thank you.
I hope that answers why I didn't delve really deeply. I mean, it's mentioned in the book, but I didn't delve really deeply into the relationship between Firestone and Charles Taylor. I think there's a lot. I think there's more work to be done on what role Firestone and the U.S. government had in Peter Tolbert's death in a plane crash when he, was renegotiating Firestone agreements in the 1970s.
All right, thank you. We have two last questions. I think it's a very interesting topic. It is thought-provoking, but we have to get here. So there is 1 year. No.
So we'll take one question, and then we'll take the final question from the front. Please go ahead.
So one of the most interesting Google searches I've ever done is entering Harvey Firestone, Thomas Edison, Henry Ford. And when you Google those three names, up comes not just one, but several pictures, in which these three capitalists, industrialists, are clearly seen cultivating a relationship that, in my mind, has become one of the biggest crown prince probably the world has ever seen. So I'm wondering if Dr. Mittman or anyone else could speak to the evidence of Henry Ford's involvement and Thomas Edison's involvement, implicitly support of, or anything else with regards to this friendship, this business partnership between these three billionaire capitalists that still dominate the world stage in terms of multinational corporations.
I didn't quite get the question. I was about the
Black blacks from Africa built the powerful economies of the world. Now they continue to reap the harvest. So those three men, what is their relationship that Dr. Mittman can speak to me?
Dr. Mittman, did you get the question? Dr. Mittman, did you get the question?
I didn't quite get as I understood it, it was if I could speak to Edison and Ford's role.
Yes, we're looking at, he asked you about the collaboration of Henry Ford, Thomas Edison, and Thomas Firestone. These three capitalists, what role, how much role can you tell us about their involvement as far as capitalism in Liberia is concerned?
Yeah, so I mean, Edison, Ford, and Firestone were good friends, and they all collectively in the 1920s were on this campaign of America's needs to produce its own rubber when British had control of the market. Ford tried to establish a plantation in Brazil that was unsuccessful because you cannot grow rubber plantation style in Brazil because of the fungus. Which doesn't exist in everywhere. Edison tried to find a plant in the United States or Central America that could produce equal quantities of latex. But the important thing was they were all three movers and shakers of the Republican Party. And close friends of Herbert Hoover, who at the time was Secretary of Commerce, and gave large amounts of money to Hoover's campaign when he became president. And so it's through their influence in the Republican Party and the White House that they are able to put pressure on the U.S. State Department, and particularly the Assistant Secretary of State, William Hassel, who was very helpful in pressuring the Liberian government to sign this deal, and were also instrumental, the State Department, in launching the legalization investigation into slavery and forced slavery.
Take the last question.
Hello, Mr. Author, can you hear me?
Kind of. Dr. Allen, you're gonna have to.
All I want to say is thank you for your work, and you will see it applied and accountability held from America by Black Americans. Thank you very much for your scholarly work.
Dr. Mittman, she's thanking you for your scholarly work, and she says that she knows that Black America will hear what you have written. Thank you very much, everybody. And let's give a big round of applause. Not just for the family and for Dr. Greg Littman. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So, here we are. I think you can confirm that if we to continue on this topic, it will take another day because it not only opens up a can of worms, but it's simply a tip on the iceberg. And I can tell you that Liberia is not alone in this. Take any country in Africa, the expropriation, the exploitation, the manipulation is ongoing. But the bigger question is, we talk about democracies. There are emerging democracies in Africa. Are the leadership complicit? That's a big question. Because I think there's a lot that can be done. I mean, the road to the airport is just lying there. There's no reason why Liberians would need visa to the US. There's no reason why Firestone cannot sponsor 1,000 Liberian students every year, and they won't do it. So this is part of the reason why we are beginning to have this conversation, but I can assure you it is not Liberia. And let's keep this conversation going. I think this is the important point. Well, I mean, this is time for celebration, so let's celebrate. It's been a long day, it's been wonderful, but we are coming to the beginning of the end of this conference. And I wanted to suggest a roadmap to bring this whole conference to a close. It will be in 3 segments, very brief, because we have really a short time, and I'm being told that the finger food is getting cold. So if you want it colder, then we stay here. All right, so these are the 3 items or roadmap for the closing session. First, we have here a very distinguished guest who, in spite of delays and disruptions, has come all the way from the US. And she will be appropriately introduced in a moment, just to share a few words with us. Second, we are moving gradually from this very boring paper presentation to some kind of dance. We want to shake our bodies. So we have the dancing troupe just waiting for us patiently, so they will entertain us. And then we'll have a few words, by way of conclusion. You recall that the president of the university, President Nelson, opened this conference. So he has to close it, otherwise no one goes anywhere. And then finally, we'll go downstairs where we'll have the reception, where the finger food. I learned something yesterday that reception doesn't mean dinner. So we're going to have a reception by American understanding, not Liberian understanding. All right, so without much ado, I would like to let us take those 4 items, very briefly, and I can assure you that in 30-40 minutes we are out of here and we can, in a lighter mood, just relax downstairs. So it's my pleasure to invite VP Bole, who really is the first person in this hall to introduce Queen.
Thank you very much. As part of the planning committee, we did a number of things, and a lot of things happened behind the scenes. Some
that probably might never come to the fore. So it's my distinguished pleasure to introduce, first not to introduce, to present to you first, Sergeant Retired Chief Dino Greer. Dino is a bridge between two divides. He's a born Liberian, migrated to the U.S. as a very young man, served the U.S. Army, honorably retired, was honored by the Pentagon in 2012 as a war hero, got tired with America and decided to come home. For the purpose of this conference, Dino traveled to the U.S., had speaking engagements, and with his help and the help of the Queen Mother, was able to get a dedicated link to connect the 105 historical Black colleges and universities in an non-active participants in this conference, but they've been watching us because they took an interest in it. I'd like to take this moment to introduce to you Queen Mother Ruth Makata, alias Lita Carter, who is not only a Queen Mother, but she's also from the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, who has been very active as an advocate for education in New York, to the extent where she's caused to be built a lot of schools. She's advocated for compliance with the educational decrees, has been honored by numerous congressmen, including Congressman Gregory Meeks, who is her congressman and who was very instrumental in showing that she also got to this conference. The Queen Mother is very tired. She got in last night, and she's still fighting jet lag, so she'll speak very, very briefly, and then we can go on to our dance with Queen Mother. I love, no, that's it. Tell us the whole. That's coming, it's coming. Dances, we hear music? All right, it's coming, just 1 minute. I have to do certain things for Yahweh. All my power, all my ability comes from Yahweh, and that is why I have never lost one advocacy case. I have frozen $1 billion of federal funds to New York City, which is the largest educational system in America. I have built, and make sure you share it, K-Dino, a $50 million middle school addition, 6 stories. My grandbabies, when they want to wash their hands, they just stick them out, and the water comes out. My 5th through 8th graders have a science lab that has a cryogenic machine. I don't play. So let me do what I must do for my father, because my father is watching. And just in case you don't know who he is, his name is Yahweh, Yahshua. And he, whether you like it or not, possesses your soul. Read my book, the book that was stolen. The reason that the slave Bible was created was because if an African heard the word of the book of the Old Testament that was taken out, they would have known it was their people. Nobody has festivals but African. No women wear whole earrings but African. The rest of all died from us. So you would know from Genesis to Malachi and the book of Revelation. Here comes Yahweh. Let me do what I gotta do. I love Yahweh. He heard my cry.
we roll, Lord, and I live. I'm 64 and I'm not going nowhere. When troubles rise, I'll hasten to my daddy's throne. I love Yahweh. The Catholics know, they got that name in their Bible. You probably don't. He heard my cry. That's why Brussels is in trouble for not honoring the airport transfer to Liberia. Yeah, that's how I was here. They didn't honor it, but they will be held accountable because they cannot give me back the honor to speak before the president. They cannot give me back the day to be with my family. I love Yahweh. This conference has been a fact-finding mission for me. So when you do your research on me, you will find out that through me, over $1 billion of blessings has come to New York City, in particularly Far Rockaway, and a community forgotten because it has Black Africans, Black Caribbeans, and Black Americans. But here I am. So even though the angel, don't bother, even though the angel of Persia stopped Michael for 3 days, proceeding and whoever prayed couldn't keep me from here but one day. I learned a lot. My embassy is not here, and they're accountable to me. Yeah, I'm an American. And I'm not only American, I'm American crowned in the order that the emperor created. I'm an American crowned by a woman that the Organization of African Union gave the title Queen, Mother of all Africans everywhere. There wasn't no scholars, there wasn't no ministers, it was the head of every African state. I will take back what I've learned to come back again and to help and to collaborate and to bring those of my people that want to return, along with their degrees, their power, and their history. Now, young man, can you play that song now? And could you turn it up because I wasn't there. Come on, we ready now. Curtis Mayfield, move on up. Come on, move it up, move it up. That's right, this is Black American inspiration. And right now, the whole world is supporting Black American flag. Thank you very much. Okay, I guess the good things have started, and I'm stuck at the end. It's my honor and pleasure again to call to this podium a young man, not so young, but we're growing younger, whom I've known for many, many years when we were teenagers working in the Ministry of Information, Cultural Affairs, and Tourism. We had our culture center broken down to make way for the Johnson Hotel. Some of us still have a passion for culture, for history, and Qatar Kamara has been one icon keeping our culture alive
entertaining us. And so I'd like to call Mr. Ketura Kamara and his Marawala troop to the podium. Mr. Kamara. Put your hands together. Big clap. Let's do all the evening.
Thank you. Good evening. Our distinguished guest, President of the University, faculty members, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ketura Kamara, commonly called in Liberia, Malawala, the original. You've been here for the past 3 days, talking books. Let me say it that way. And we're happy that you have exchanged ideas, those coming from abroad, those from here. And we learned a lot about what we got here, the afterlives of slavery. Slavery, indeed. From back in the 19th century, we know that indeed this was a sad time for Africa. The strong men were taken away from their homes and taken to America, America taking sugar, coffee to Europe, Europe bringing wine and other things. We're not going to talk because you know everything, but the act on the stage will tell you the reality. We just portray a little bit about the slave trade, and then go into how our mothers lamented because their strong children were taken away from our villages by force, taken to take work in the farms, hard labor, and then in some cases there was revolt, rebellion, until finally our people came back to Africa, and of course in Liberia was established. We will also look at our traditional songs and dances. I'm going to make sure that we'll carry you from country to country. And those of you who are not singing the various dances, each tribe has its own way of rationalizing the occurrences in life. And this is what makes life peculiar, as that tribe of society knows it. So you're going to have a very splendid evening, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Okay, thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the Balawala International Dance Troupe with a drum concert, drumming in Africa, sending messenger. A drum concert.